Uh, I wanted to ask one thing. So, do you guys have something like these drop courses? So suppose you took a course and then you have a date till which you can check the course and maybe drop it before that date.
Yeah, it got started. It will end tomorrow.
Okay. So, by tomorrow, you guys have to decide which courses you want to finalize this trimester, right? Something like that.
Yeah, and for the projects, they send like a separate mail with the form in it.
Sure, sure. Okay. Thanks. Fine. Let's wait one more minute and then we will start. Ah, uh, হ্যালো, আমি এখন একটু ব্যস্ত থাকবো। রাত্রি 11টা নাগাদ কল করছি তোমায়, ঠিক আছে? 11টা নাগাদ কল করছি। এখন ব্যস্ত আছি ভাই, পরে কথা বলবো, ঠিক আছে? 11টা নাগাদ কথা বলছি। ওকে, চলো। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে, ওকে, রাখলাম। Okay, so let's start the session. I think in the last session I shared a sheet. Let me again reshare that. Hopefully, I have the link now. Yeah, so I pasted the same doc link I think I shared in the last session. I mean, last Saturday session at least. So this will be a kind of doubt sheet. So if you want to ask something within the session, but you could not ask, maybe due to some reasons. So you are free to write your doubts in this sheet. Okay, and we will try to address the unanswered doubts probably in the other session, next sessions. So uh, let me again check. I think there were two major doubts. One of them I already covered in the session on that sheet. And another one doubt was regarding difference between overriding functions and overloading functions. So what is the primary difference? So we will cover that anyway in today's session, that topic. Let me just check. Is there any other doubt that you guys have written? Uh, okay, no such doubt. So one doubt is overriding overloading that we will anyway discuss today. Fine. So this is your week 3, and from this week we will start looking at the particularly object-oriented features like inheritance and yeah, things like that. So please honestly raise your hand those who have gone through the lectures. Okay, be honest about it because I have to discuss accordingly in the session. I mean, understood the lectures. Even if you did not understand, at least you have gone through the lectures. Raise your hand. Okay. 3 people. Okay, so that's 30%. Okay, okay, you can lower your hand now. Fine. Fine. So, yeah, you want to ask something, Adarsh, or?
No, sir, I went over the lectures.
Okay, great.
Thank
Fine.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure. So let me share my screen. Another thing, so those of you who are joining this session, at least my session first time, again, I'm asking, if you want to ask something within the session, ask me directly. Okay, don't raise your hand because I won't be able to see that. So ask me, interrupt me in between and ask.
So would you be covering a bit on dynamic dispatch and polymorphism today?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And another thing I would suggest you guys, those at least those of you who are a little bit familiar with Java, or let's say even if you are not familiar till now, but what I am suggesting you guys is, as soon as you start getting a little bit okay with the language, little bit okay, at least I mean you know the general skeleton structure of the language. Let's say you have to make a class, make a main method, and then, yeah. So try to open the editor, and when any doubt comes to your mind, right, try to write a little code. I mean, along this session, if you just write 2 lines and see what is the output, and because of that, you might get new doubts while I am explaining something. So you guys can write that doubt either in that sheet, or if you get a chance, ask me in the session itself. So that way, your learning process will be better. Otherwise, what happens is, since Java has a lot of rules and his syntactical ideas, and not only the syntax, the main part is the conceptual thing behind the rules, behind these constraints, right? You guys have to follow a lot of rules, lot of strict constraints, errors, and things like that. But every rule has a very logical and very, let's say, proper reason behind it. So when you see a rule, or see a, let's say, Java is not allowing you to do something, it is throwing an error or something like that. Either you can mug it up, or you can basically try to understand why it is so, right? So if you understand it properly, this will help in your programming journey later on. When you basically design software, you will be able to understand a lot of things in a more clearer way. So therefore, I'm suggesting you guys to open the editor, and you don't have to code along or follow along, nothing like that. I think that you guys can do in the other, I think, practice programming discussion session. But if you have a doubt about the code which I am explaining, you guys can write a small snippet of code which is particular to that doubt, and then you can see the output and ask me question in between. So that will be a more interactive session from my side as well, and from your side it will be a more, let's say, it will bring more clarity. So that is the suggestion. But initially, if you feel that I'm not able to write even, let's say, a few lines of Java code, and you are not familiar with the setup till now, so then it is fine. Wait 1 or 2 more weeks, but within 1 or 2 more weeks, you guys anyway have to get to that level of, let's say, acquaintance with the language. Fine. So So first of all, inheritance. So what is inheritance? By the way, any object-oriented programming language has 5, I think 4 or 5 features. Let me see how many. So there are any object-oriented programming language. I think we discussed in detail what is the difference between object-oriented and procedural programming, and Sir has also explained in lectures. Oh, one more thing. So regarding today's session, I have used some books as reference in making, let's say, in thinking about the concepts that would be discussed, and little bit of code ideas are also taken from few of the books. So I have provided the reference over here. If you guys are interested or have time, you guys can refer to these books. These are very classic Java books, and yeah, you can refer to them. So I have provided the reference, as you can see. Fine. So as I was saying, so any object-oriented programming language is based upon, just a second, my cursor isn't working. Just a second. Okay, sorry for this. Anyways, fine. So due to some reason it's not working. I don't have the time to troubleshoot it. I will type and that would be a better thing. Fine. So as I was saying, any object-oriented programming language is based upon a few, let's say, yeah, so few properties. The first one is your so the first one is your data encapsulation. You guys know what data encapsulation is. So basically you are encapsulating the behavior and properties of a particular data item. Data item means the objects, and you encapsulate the behavior. Behavior means member function, and properties, which are basically data members within a blueprint of that object, how that object should look like, and that blueprint is your class. So that is data encapsulation. The second thing is your inheritance. Or let me come to inheritance last. And another one is your modularity. So what is modularity? So you should write code in such a way so that the whole program can be broken down into, or let's say if you have written a software, the software must be broken down into modules. And there should not be one monolithic big chunk of code which is doing multiple tasks, and it should not be like that. If you have a module based approach of different tasks, so you break the big task into small subtasks, and you write basically you write code for each of these small parts, and as much as possible try to keep these different code modules separate from each other. I mean, obviously they will interact to make the whole software, but try to make them as much as possible independent and of each other. So let's say that first module is taking is producing an output, and that output is being taken as input by the second module, and second module is working on that. So this is a classic example of a completely independent two modules which are not interdependent in their functioning. Right? First one is completing its work, then two is taking that and working on that. There is nothing like that. One requires some data produced by two module 2, and then maybe one will be able to complete its task. So it's not like that. So try to make it as much as possible. It's not possible always, but we have to think that we will try to at least make it in such a way. So how does it help? So first of all, it helps you to troubleshoot. So if there is an error coming or later on there is a bug, it will be easy for you to figure out which particular module is basically the faulty one. So that is first thing. Second one is modularity helps in code understanding. So it's not always that you will be working in a company till the end, right? So you will be making a code, writing a code, then some other person will come, he will or she will write code, or let's say you are collaborating with other guys, so they will also see your code. So it will be easy for them to understand what you have written if the code is in a module based approach. So modularity is another important thing. So this is also a software design idea, right? So data encapsulation, modularity, inheritance. Third is polymorphism. So this polymorphism can be done in two ways. First is compile time polymorphism, which is your method overload. This is overload. We will come to this, what is method overload. And another is your runtime polymorphism, which is basically your method override. We will discuss these things. So that is polymorphism. Polymorphism main idea is that same thing, different uses. So that is the basic thing. Poly means many, morph means forms. So many forms, so which basically means that for the same thing, you can have multiple different uses. So we have a little bit idea of, if you have seen the lectures, you must have a little bit idea of what method overriding is. So which basically you make the same method, same signature, same name, same, everything is same. Just the body is different, and depending upon which class it is in the inheritance hierarchy, that particular version of the method will be called. So this is same name, same method, but you are having multiple uses, multiple method body. So that is your multiple forms of the same method. So that's why we call it runtime polymorphism method overriding. We will come to these things one by one, but basically polymorphism is multiple uses of the same thing. Okay. So in C++, there is another thing which is operator overloading. So that is also an idea of polymorphism, but it's not there in Java. So that is also a very interesting concept where you can define the, let's say, behavior of different operators, right? You can say that, okay, I want the plus operator to work like this. I want, let's say, the equal to operator to work like this. So except a few operators, there are exceptions. Other than that, you can basically override, overload all other operators. So that is something which is there in C++, but not in Java. That is also one of the application of polymorphism. Okay. So data encapsulation, modularity, polymorphism, inheritance. There was one more, I think I'm forgetting, but yeah. So inheritance. Now, inheritance is the last one. I mean, there was, I think there was one more property. I think I'm forgetting that. You guys can check on web. You will get the 4-5 features of object-oriented programming. So last one is inheritance. So this is where our this week starts. So inheritance, primary idea of inheritance is we will try to reduce the code. So whatever code you have written once, you will try to reduce that code. How you will do that? So the main idea is, like as the word says, inheritance. So there are parent classes and there will be subclasses which will extend the parent class, right? And why do we have this structure? What is the need for such a structure, that you have a parent class and then from that parent class you will have child classes? So as just now I said that basically you are aiming to reduce the code. So how is it reducing code? The idea is, so let's say you guys, we all have our parents, and we derive our features, lot of our features from our parents, and there are some features which are unique to us, right? So whatever percentage, X percentage of features we derive from our parents biologically, and 100 minus X percentage of features are something which are common, which are very special to us, which are unique, and due to different genetic processes, we have some special features which is unique to us. But most other features are basically derived from our parents. So this is the redundancy that we are talking about, right? So I don't have all the features special in me. I have a lot of it common, taken from either my mom or my dad, but there are some special features as well. So this redundancy is what we will exploit, that once we have written a code for the parent class, the child classes will inherit the properties. What are these properties? All the public data members. Private members are not inherited. Okay. So whichever data members I will mark as public while writing a function, we wrote public whatever, right? So public something. So if I make it private, then it will not be inherited. If I make it public, then it will be inherited by any child class. So you see, whatever public members you have, they will come inside the child class as well. So that same method you don't have to write again in the child class. Okay, we will see a little bit in coding how these things relate, but let me just complete the idea of inheritance. So this way we can reduce the code that we want, and therefore the properties which are common for parents will be reflected in child. Sorry, basically which are common in parent and child will be automatically reflected in child, and you can call those member functions or those properties directly by using the reference variable of your, putting the object of the child class into a reference variable of the parent class, and then you can call the particular method, which is not there. I will show these things in code. Don't worry. So, but the primary idea of inheritance is to reduce the code. Yeah, go ahead. Ask.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. I want to ask that you will only discuss inheritance in this session, or you have already discussed the other three already?
Data encapsulation, modularity. Modularity is a generic concept that you will write code in small modules, as I discussed. Polymorphism, inheritance is very related. That will be discussed in this session itself. Okay. Data encapsulation is discussed in the previous session.
Oh, okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, by the way, just a small task for you guys. I want one of you to figure out that what is the fifth property of object-oriented programming. Search on web and tell me in the meantime while I'm discussing. So, I'm not feeling good about not completing this. So,
Is it, sir, subtyping?
no, it's not subtyping.
Abstraction?
Abstraction, correct. Yeah, abstraction. Thank you. So, abstraction. So, this is again a very common question asked in many interviews, at least if the guy is an old school guy who is taking your interview. So, these things are asked. And then they will go into the coding aspect of each of them. This might seem a very common question in most schools they will teach, but then they will go into each of these topics and they will ask the coding aspect and they will see how much understanding you have of each of these topics, right? So, okay, so the fifth one is abstraction. Abstraction is, as the word says, that basically you will only provide the necessary details at a specific level, and you will, hide the unwanted details at a particular level. So basically, if you are writing, I will give you another example for abstraction, but let us at first discuss this inheritance. So fine. So we were discussing inheritance. As I said, that the primary two functions of inheritance is to reduce the code. So basically code reuse, but this code reuse has to be very meaningful. Okay, so this is where the main problem comes, and I will show you an example regarding this problem. Code reuse does not mean that you can have any random class and extend another random class from the parent class and try to reuse the code. Obviously, syntactically you will get it. Syntax will allow you, but you will run into trouble later on if you do not follow the semantics or the logic behind inheritance. So what do I mean by all of this? So let us say you have a car class, and then let's say the car class has some particular method which is also required in, let's say, how should I put it? So let's say there is a horsepower function that is doing something. I'm not worried about that. Let us say a horsepower calculation function is there inside the car class. So that measures the horsepower of the car, right? And then somehow you want that function to use in another aspect of your program. And let us say that aspect has to do with something which is using horsepower concept, that is correct, but it is nowhere related to cars. Okay, so I'm not being able to think of any such example as of now. You guys can suggest if you want, but anyway, so the idea is that particular part of the code is also using the horsepower calculation method, but let us say it is nowhere related to the concept of cars. So what you do is, in order to reuse the horsepower function, and the horsepower function in the car class is, let's say, public, right? So you write another class, whatever that class child extends car, and then you, by doing that, you will get the horsepower method in that child class, and you start working with it. So, but this is a very wrong idea of inheritance. Inheritance is only allowed when you have this logical or semantic child-parent relationship. You should have a child-parent idea. Something unrelated with car cannot work as a child class of the car class. You can have any car. Obviously, if the parent class is car, then obviously the child classes should be something which are cars, right? So I can have sports utility vehicle, SUV. SUV is a proper child class of the car class. I can have, let's say, some trucks, maybe not trucks. So let us say, anything. Let's say a limousine. Limousine can be a car, is a car. So it can be a child class of a car class, right? So it has to have this parent-child real-world relationship when you are making inheritance. Otherwise, you will run in trouble. And I will show you how we will get into trouble. So how to figure out that whether I'm basically properly following the inheritance idea or not? So it is called is a relation. So I will only be able, I should only consider inheritance in a programming structure when I can have this is a relation. Is a relation means what? So let's say, as I said, SUV class, so SUV, then if I can write is a car, if I can write this, right, in English, I mean, in the English sentence makes a sense, then I can do inheritance. So it's simple check. You can understand it by common sense that SUV is a car, therefore, yeah. Therefore, you can have a child class SUV from the parent class car. Okay. So this is called is a relation. Okay. So let us see now one by one. I think we have discussed this point. Abstraction I have already told. We will see another coding example. Okay. So is a relation extends keyword, inheritance using inner to avoid duplicate code in subclasses, right? Yeah, inheritance is used to avoid duplicating code. Overriding method. Okay, so now we will see what is this override and overload. Okay, another important part is, let me just so this is not related to inheritance or any this week's concept. It is something which is general concept, and I want to set the mindset of you guys. Yeah, about this thing. Just a second. So the thing is, as you saw that we can write multiple classes in a Java program, right? And then we have this particular public class which has the main method. In terms of practical software development, when you will write softwares in Java or in many object-oriented programming language or in non-object oriented programming language as well, it's not that you will write the whole code, right? In real world, you will basically write some part of the code, some other person will work on some other part of the code. It will be in like that manner. So when I'm writing, but in our course, since that's not, we don't have a setup or let's say the reach of the course till that point. So we will basically discuss different concepts of the code. But in order to understand few things, you need to keep this thing in mind that the main method might be, some other guy might be writing the main method. You have written a class. Okay. So let us say I am writing a class. Let's say class employee. Okay, and then I have multiple lines of code over here. I have written lots of things, the employee class. Okay, and in that particular code, I even do not have any main method, right? I have an empty public class which is not doing anything. Okay, I have a structure like this, and the employee class has multiple methods and all multiple things. Now the thing is, in another code, okay, another code 6.java, just consider another file that might be some other guy might be writing that particular file, and he might need the employee class. Okay, so the company documentation has given him the idea that some other guy has written employee class, and whatever task he has to do, he can do it by using some methods of the employee class. So so that guy in code 6.java, which he is writing, he will try to use the method of the employee class. Okay, and then he will also have the main method. So basically, since he does not have to define the utility functions or the main employee functions, so all he need to do is he basically would go to the main method, right? Public static void main, and then he will make an employee object, employee obj equal to new employee. Fine, and then he will use this obj to call different employee methods. Okay, he will call and yeah, go ahead.
What do you mean by utility method?
Utility method means the member functions of employee class.
Okay, sir.
So yeah, so that guy in that particular code, he has not written employee or anything. Okay, so he will just start writing the main method, and whatever he has been told to do, he will use the employee methods in order to achieve that. He will also have to write a lot of code, but that is not related to the behavior or functions of an employee. That is already written by me. And in another program, he is just using those things to write something. So this is kind of your library feature. In Python, you are importing multiple libraries, right? So and then you are calling functions. So you are not defining those functions. They are already written into a library, and you are importing that library and using those functions. Similar concept, think similar. But only thing is, now at that point, your main idea was application. In Python, when you are learning, your main idea was, okay, let's import this thing and let's do whatever you want to do. In this course, you have to think from both sides. You are working on both sides. Okay, so you are also the library developer and you are also the user in some situation. I mean, who will use that library. So keep this thing in mind. It's not always that the same guy has written all the class and the main method and everything. And that's why, that is the reason, as I was saying, there comes the abstraction idea. I gave this example to discuss the abstraction idea. So when this guy who is basically using the methods of employee, okay, I have to, since I have written the employee class, I have to write the code of employee class. I mean, I have to define the employee class following proper rules of Java and following proper programming practices. Okay, not only syntactically correct, but also which are very easy to understand, right? If you write code in a good way, so that it is easy to understand, so that I can, let's say, make my code in such a manner so that the other guy who is using my library, or library is not the term that we use in Java, but you get the idea. So that guy who is using my class and the functions of my class, he should be able to use it in a very easy, let's say, easy manner. Okay, he should not get confused. So for example, let me give you an example. I have defined this employee class, right? So let's make another okay, so I have this public class employee, and here I will not have any main method. But what I do over here is, you guys have already learned about constructors. So constructors are used for basically creating the object. But this thing I will discuss later in the course. But just for this example, consider this idea. I am making the constructor private. Okay, so let us say private employee. This is again a very beautiful concept, and we will discuss this thing later on in the course. I think in week 5, 6, I don't know, but yeah. But let us suppose as of now, think like this. So we have made the constructor private. Okay, and then we have some features of employee, let's say a string name, let's say int salary, stuff like that. And I have made it private, and let's say over here I take okay. Now tell me what happens in the main method. So suppose I try to over here import 5.java. Okay, what I do is employee obj equal to new employee. See what happens. It is showing me error. Why it is showing me error? If I go to the error, it is saying the constructor employee is undefined. So you cannot make an object. Okay. By the way, what I am discussing currently, I am discussing that you have to write code. When you are writing a particular code, you have to write code in such a manner so that you do not give unnecessary information, or let's say you do not complexify the thing, so that it is easily understandable by some other guy who is writing the code. That is the whole idea of abstraction. But I'm giving you an example for that. Okay. So now, so since I have written this employee code, employee class, I have made the constructor private. But what I'm doing is I am making a public method, which I'm saying that public, let's say it is returning an employee type object. Okay, employee, and the name is create instance. In this, I am taking 2 parameters. string name and your int salary. Okay, let's see. So I'm writing the whole. And inside this, what I do is, so inside this, what I do is, I will call the constructor. Now we know that inside the class you can call any method, right? You can even call any private method as well. That's not a problem. So inside this, I will call the constructor. Okay. So you can call the constructor by this keyword as well. So this. Okay, sorry. Is it saying? Okay, this is something that we will not discuss. Just a second, okay. Oh, acha, okay.
This dot employee.
Yeah, we will not do it like this. Okay, so I cannot discuss this now anyways, because for that I have to discuss another concept. But okay, let us discuss the idea. I will not discuss the code because again it takes another thing which I need to discuss.
Can you do? Can we do this dot employee?
What?
This dot employee and call the constructor.
So for that the same object will be called, right? This means the object anyways. So employee, if you do, that is different. Anyway, if you do it with.
Sir, you can't do this dot employee because you can only
Exactly.
call
I'm
the
just
constructor.
correct. I'm just explaining since he asked. This means even if I do not write anything, okay, if I do not write anything, then also that means this is appended before it, since you are inside the class. That is the first point.
Yes, sir.
Employee is anyway the constructor, but here the problem is arising due to a different reason, and I don't want to discuss that now. I also forgot that, but let us come back to the main idea. What I'm trying to say is, for that we do not need to go into the coding details, and we will discuss this thing properly later on. Okay, so while discussing singleton design pattern, so don't worry, we will discuss that. But as of now, let us suppose that I have this create instance method. Okay, when I am writing the employee class, what I will do is I am taking the parameters over here, the name and salary parameter in the create instance method. And now create instance method is a public method, so it will be available anywhere. Correct? And let us just return, for the sake of completing the, I think, just a second. Yeah, for the sake of completing the code, I have just written this. Okay, so that there should not be any error. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a new object, and basically I'm typecasting it to employee type, and then I'm returning it. Object class is again something which we have discussed in this week, and I will discuss again. But as of now, just think that object class is basically the super class of all Java classes which are already there, which you will write. Any class you write in Java, object class is a automatically implicit super class of all such classes, right? So therefore, since I have to return an employee type in this code. What I'm doing is I can write a parent class type, right? So I'm basically making a new object and then typecasting it to employee and then returning it. Okay, so this is what I'm doing for the sake of completion of this code. But don't worry. So the primary idea of this create instance method is it will somehow call this private constructor internally, which I will not discuss now, the coding part, but just assume that by some technique it will be able to call this constructor. We will see that later on. Okay, it will be able to call that constructor. And once it has called the constructor, a new object will be created, and then we will return that object using this create instance method. As you can see that it is returning an employee object. Employee type is the return type. So my primary idea is, as a coder, I have made this class in such a manner that any object of the employee class must be created by this create instance method and not by simply writing the constructor call. Okay. Now this has very specific usage in some specific, let's say, use cases, but normally no one writes code in this manner. If I'm defining a class without any, let's say, any such specific constraints, I will just make a constructor public, not even public, we'll just write the constructor normally, and it should be working fine. But if I have written the code in this manner, it's not wrong, it will work properly. But this guy who is using my code, he will basically at first write like this, right? Because that's the normal way to create object, and he will get an error because the constructor is private. So it is saying the constructor employee is undefined. Getting the point. So in this case, what he has to do, basically what he has to do is he has to call the
That create object.
correct. So here he can define a reference, and then he can say obj dot create instance, and then he can pass the name, right? So let's say the name is Raj. And then some salary. Okay, and by this the object will return a value. So therefore we will take that value into another, let's say, what is this error?
Sir, it has to be static.
No. It's just Java gives a null. I mean, if you have not defined the reference with anything, it is pointing to a garbage location, right? So that is something a security feature of Java. So basically, when I'm creating a object, sorry, not object, a reference variable, an object has a part. I mean, it is basically something which is a data item present in the memory. But when I'm creating a normal reference, right, that's like an empty box. It's not, and I'm not assigning anything to it. So let us come back over here. If I'm not assigning anything over here, so this is like I have not initialized the reference with anything, and the reference is what? Reference is just like an empty box, and that in that empty box I will put an object, something like that, right? But the object is not here as of now. I've just defined the empty box. Now internally, this empty box must point to something. It must point to some location. Now, if that location is some sensitive location, then if you basically then later on in the code, so while defining the reference, you have not initialized it with anything. So it is basically pointing to some random location. And later on in the code, I am doing stuff like this. I'm making this obj.create instance and trying to put some values inside obj. So then that location, if the area to which this obj was pointing to, if that was a sensitive area, then while changing it later on, it might corrupt the data of that sensitive area. Okay, so these kind of things happen, but for that Java gives you a warning. But basically internally Java also takes care that so that such things do not occur. So, but still it will give you an error. It will not allow you to do anything. So in order to bypass this, what we do is we say null. That when I say null, then it will store a specific value inside that location, and that will mean that this object is not storing anything. So let us have a let's say specific code or specific location. Whenever I am declaring an uninitialized object, you can put that, and the compiler will understand that this is basically a null reference. So that's warning kind of stuff. Anyways. So
Those yellow underlines are not syntax error. What is it?
No. That is, I think, the warning or stuff like null pointer access. So basically, I'm trying to call. I'm having null over here. I'm trying to call the create instance, right? That's why. But so since I have not actually created the constructor, therefore I'm not calling the. But how should I put it? So I'm not making the code exactly how it should work. So just for discussing the concept, I am doing this. So this is not how the code will look when it will work properly. Okay. So the concept is just this, that what I am doing is I have this create instance method, and I will call this create instance method. Now, as you were saying, that static thing, that also you can do. You can make the create instance method static and call it using a class name if you don't want to go in this approach. That is also fine. So what I'm saying is, so you can have this create instance as employee dot create instance, then you have to make this thing public static. So that also is a proper, no problem. So this also works properly, right? So this also is fine. But the main idea is here I'm using this some other method which is not there in normal convention, but I have written the employee class in such a manner. So this is an unnecessary detail. This is something which the normal user should not be bothered with. He should be able to write the or use the functions which I have written in the employee class normally. Okay, unless and until it is a very specific constraint. So therefore, this is something which is not a well abstracted code. I mean, kind of you get the idea. So abstraction is something where you are restricting the let's say unwanted or more information at particular levels of programming. So this, in order to understand this definition, what do I mean by particular levels of programming? The levels mean different users working at different level of the program. I as a user have written the employee class, so that is one level. You as a user are using the methods of that class, so that is another level, right? So therefore, these are multiple people working at different levels of the big software. They are using the interdependent classes and functions in the code. So therefore, things should be done in an abstracted manner so that whatever part of the code a particular level person is working with, he should only be able to do the task within that level. He should not be bothered with, I mean, at every level, people should write code in such a manner that it should not bother or it should not complexify the life of the people working in other levels. And levels, I discussed this idea that you have a different employee.java file and code5.java file over here, right? To get this idea in your head that different part of the code would be written into different .java files by different people, and you will be using them. I mean, some other person will be using them in your code, right? And therefore, the main method will most of the time will written by the user who is basically using those library files. Fine. So just have this idea in your brain, because later on in the subsequent weeks as well, when we discuss concepts, these things will be, this basic idea will be required. Right. Because I will give you a small example, even if you do not understand why this idea or why this basic knowledge is required, that I might not be writing the main method or I might not be writing the class which I am using, right? Both of the things. The thing is, sometimes you have to do typecasting. Again, in the lectures, typecasting is discussed. I will also discuss today, but you have to do typecasting. Now, you are basically creating a class over here. Let's say whatever class XYZ, right? And then in the main method, you are basically, when you have to use a method of the class X, and you need sometime, I mean, I'm not writing the whole code, but I'm trying to give the idea. Sometimes you have to do typecasting, right? So like here I did this employee new object. This employee is a typecasting, right? I did something like this. So why I could write employee over here? Because I know that I am inside the employee method, employee class. Therefore, I can write employee. But if you are a person who is writing the main method and you have not written the employee class, then you do not know that what is the type in which you should cast. Try to get this idea. So I have a random, let's say in this example, I have a random X class, and let us say this X class is written into another .java file, suppose, and written by another person. And again, just like employee, I am also trying to use the X class by creating an object of the, let's say, X class, okay, and then trying to do some stuff. But while doing those things, I need to call a particular, let's say, method or particular any property of the X class. And in order to do that, I might need to typecast it into a subclass type. Okay, so I mean, these things will be clear again when we come discuss these things later in subsequent weeks, but I'm trying to give the idea. So at that point, you don't know that what is the subclass to which you will have to do the typecasting, because you have not written that file where X class and all other subclasses of X classes are there. So there is one file in which class X and the subclasses of X classes are defined. X class is defined. So there are multiple classes in that file, and you are using them in your main method. Your code has started like this. Your public class, and inside it main method, all you know that I have all these classes put together into some file, and I can directly use these classes. So you start working with it, and later on you have to do some typecasting to call a particular method. Okay, so while doing that, you don't know which is the particular type, which is that subtype in which I have to do typecasting. Fine. So because you have not written those files, so always you will not be able to understand to which part I have to do casting, right? So in order to understand this idea, the first thing that should be in your mind that you have not written that employee and all, sorry, X class and all its subclasses. So have this thing in your idea, because I have many students who ask this thing later on, "Arey, sir, मेरे को तो दिख रहा है वहाँ पे X class है, so I will just typecast it according to that." No, you cannot. Most of the time you will not see that. In our example codes, since we will teach like this, we do not have that kind of setup of multiple people writing codes in a real world software, let's say, environment. We will write all our classes and the main method in the same program file, same .java file, right? But not always that will happen. So keep this idea in your mind. Fine. So that was the basic idea of abstraction. I kind of overdid a bit, but still it should be important and clear in your head. Okay. So now we have discussed the basic OOPS features, and now I will come to the which is more relevant to these weeks. So as I said, that inheritance is used for code reduction so that you can reuse the code. But again, if you do it just for reuse and not because of the inheritance structure, then you will run into trouble. So observe this code very properly. Okay, we will go slow, and I want interaction, right? So what I have did over here is I have this counter class. Okay, and inside the counter class we have this count variable, and we know that it's better to define the count as static so that all objects, basically the increment happens uniformly for all objects. And then I have this increment method and get count method, which will show the count. Okay, and we have defined these as statics as well, but even if you do not do that, still it would not be a big trouble. So count but this variable should be static. So then we are incrementing the count plus plus by increment method, and get count is basically returning the value of count. So this counter class is just a basically counter. So every object of the counter class acts like a simple counter. And then we have this dog class and the cat class. Forget about extends, counter, and all this stuff. Just we assume that we have a dog class and a cat class. Now the cat has a meow function and the dog has a woof function. Okay, so the dog is barking and the cat is meowing, right? So whenever the cat will call, I will basically use what my main idea is. I will try to count how many bark the dog did and how many meow the cat did. That's my main idea. That's what I'm trying to do. So if I want to count something, I have already defined the counter class, right? We have already made a counter class, and I'm now trying to count the dog's bark, and then again we want to count the cat's calling. So inside the meow method, we have this increment function call. And how can I use this increment? Because now I will extend the counter, because we have to do the code reuse, right? Main idea was code reuse. So if I want to count the dog and cat's call, how would I have done it without any counter class like that? In order to do that, I would define normally. Let's say if we did not have any counter class, I will make a static in counter over here, right? And then over here again, I will define another method, which is basically increment counter, or not that. Sorry, I don't need a method. What I will do is inside this meow method, I will make the counter plus plus. Something like that, assuming that we do not have this counter class beforehand, right? So that's the normal way of doing that. But in order to do that, again in the dog method, again for dog also we have to do the same thing. So what we will do is we will, we will again create a static int counter for dog. Now this time for dog, and then again inside this we will write counter plus plus. Suppose this increment stuff is not there. So this is the normal thing. Now you see this is you are writing the same code 2 times, right? Same code, just there is no difference. Same code you are writing in both of these classes. And let's say if we had, let's say, 100 more such classes, dog, cat, elephant, tiger, whatever, XYZ, 100 such classes. So will you write static int counter, static int counter, static, on all the classes you will write static int counter? That's not a good, I mean, that's kind of redundant, right? So therefore, in order to reuse the code, what I'm trying to do is I will remove the counter from each of these classes. I will already make a counter class, particularly for counting objects. Now, in whichever class I need to count something, I will reuse the codes of the counter class. How can I do that? That we will go back to the previous code now. I will call the increment method of the counter class to increment it, and over here as well. Okay, and in order to use those things, I have to do inheritance. So I am extending counter, extends counter, extend counter. Till this point, anyone has any point to, or any doubt, any opinion about it? Is it logical at least? Okay.
But sir, the counter class, it is static, right? Sir, count is static.
Yeah.
So the dog is separate from cat, but if we call increment, then it will call the count static this thing, which is a class of static variable.
Okay. So
Would
what
not
will
get-
happen?
Every time I call one object, it will also change for it for the another object, something like that.
Okay. So let us come to the main method then. I will come back to you. Just don't mute yourself. Just I will interact again. So let us just come back to the main method and now see. So this is the basic structure. Anyone else has any comment to say about this basic structure of the code? Forget about static and stuff like that. Is it at least a meaningful thing that I have a counter class and I'm reusing the code? These ideas are clear. Does it make sense? Or anyone has any opinion about it? So obviously code reuse is happening. There is no doubt about it, because I'm using the increment method and I don't have to declare counter again and again all the time. So that's good. That's happening. So inheritance main idea was code reuse. So you did inheritance over here, extends counter, code reuse is happening. But the thing is, what happens now? Come to the main method. What I'm doing is I'm making 2 dog objects and 3 cat objects. Fine. And then I am basically running a loop for the dogs array, dogs.length, right? So basically, how many times the dog objects are there, 2 dog objects are there. So for each dog objects, I'm calling the woof method. Basically calling the woof method of the dog for all the dog objects stored in the dog array. And same, I'm calling the mew method for all the cat objects stored in the cats array, right? Fine. So that's done. And then I'm printing the number of meows and the number of whoops. Okay. So if I print this thing, so as our friend rightly said, why is this static and all of that? But before coming into that discussion, we see that 5 whoops and 5 meows. So it should not be like that, right? It should be 2 whoops for 2 dogs, right? And 3 meows for 3 cats. But it is showing 5 whoops and 5 meows, right? So therefore, total, if I want to do the total count of how many animal calls has been there, so it will be 5 plus 5, 10. 5 whoops and 5 meows according to this output. So 10 calls. But actually we have total 5 calls. 1, 2, 3 for cat and 2 for dog. So we are getting a wrong output. The counter is not working. Okay. So why the counter is not working properly? Now coming back. Yeah, exactly. So because we have used this count as static. But the main idea of count was static, because if it is not static, it will be different for different objects. So if I do not make it static, will it work? Let's remove all these static things. So now, tell me, what will happen?
Yeah, it should work, sir.
It should work.
You should also call the object.
Oh, just a second, sorry. Now, since now I have removed the static thing, I cannot call the get count by dog and this, or let's say even if I make the function static, that also works. No problem. Let's keep the functions as static. Okay, but then count cannot be used because I have already discussed that any static method can only use static objects discussed in our first.
So you can pass the count in increment.
Okay, still even if you let's say you do that, what let us not go into the coding now, because whatever you do it will not work. I am telling you why. Because if I do not make this count static, why in the first place we make the counter variable static? So that for different objects each count for different objects the count variable should not be different. So what I mean is, for this new dog, the first new dog, right? It should not have different copy of the count data member, and this dog again should not have another different copy of the count data member. So if these two dogs have two different copies of the count data member, then obviously the count will be different, because for each of these the counter increment will be done separately. So right, so that was the main reason that we defined counter variables static, so that no matter how many objects are incrementing it, that value will be common to all the objects. That was the main idea of counter variables. So even if I make it non-static, then the problem comes into another direction. The problem is, for each of these objects, the counter variable or the count variable will be different, and therefore the increment will also be different. Getting the point? So for each of them count will be 1. So for this dog count will be 1. For this dog count will be 1. For this cat count will be 1. So all of these objects will have count value 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, particularly for their own call. Getting the point?
Each time an object will be called, a new separate copy of that thing will be created.
Count will be created for that particular object. So that was the main reason we defined counters as static. Whenever we have counter variable, we will make them static. But in this example, if I make the counter static, there is another trouble, and that trouble is it is giving me the wrong output. It is showing 5 oops and 5.
We have to separate the inheritance.
Sorry, repeat what?
We have
I
to
could not.
separate the inheritance.
That's the point that I'm coming to. So the idea is, why is this trouble happening? The idea is because as soon as you inherit the counter class, you will inherit all the public features of the counter class, and the private member will not be directly accessible. But you see, let us discuss this thing properly. Increment method and get count method are public. Since they are public, they are accessible within the doc class, and therefore you can call the increment method over here. You can also call the get count method as well. You can say get count. Get count. You can write like this, no problem. There is no error, right? But if I directly try to write count variable, count equal to, let's say, 9. I cannot do that. You see a red line is coming because it will say that private member is not visible. Count is not visible inside the doc class because it is a private member. So private members will not come inside the child class. Only public members will come, right? Now, if the public member increment and get count is coming, since here I am calling increment, and inside the body of increment anyway I am increasing the count variable. So ultimately in the doc class I am able to increment the count variable. I am able to, let's say, change the value of count variable, but it is not directly accessible in the doc class. So keep this thing in mind. Private members are not inherited, but they are still accessible by the public methods of that superclass. And by, as long as the public methods are accessing that private data member, and public methods are available inside the subclass or the child class, and therefore by using those public methods available in the subclass, I am able to change the value of the private data members of the superclass. So have this idea in your mind.
Please repeat this part again. This about private data members not being accessible
Okay, so as I shown you that count variable you cannot access inside the subclass in the dog class, right? In dog or cat class, I cannot write count equal to 8. I think the screen is visible, right? Should I make it a little big? Okay.
No, it's okay, sir. It was okay.
Okay, fine. So I cannot access it like this, right? I cannot do that, but I can access the increment method. Why is it so? Because increment is public. Get count is also public, but count is private. Private members do not come inside the subclasses or in the child classes. Therefore, I am not able to write count directly. So I can only access the count variable by using those methods which are available inside the child class, or in this case in the dog class, right? Since dog and cat are the child classes of the counter class, so therefore I can only access count which is private in the parent class, which is your counter class, which is private. I can only access that by using public method of the parent class which are available in the dog class. So public method of increment and get count are there inside the child classes. Therefore, I am able to call the increment method directly. Now, increment method in turn changes the count variable inside the body of the increment method, right? Inside the body here. So therefore, count is anyway getting changed indirectly. But directly, I cannot change count inside the subclass. Why? Because count is private. Okay. So this is the idea.
Understood.
Okay. Let me ask one more question. So let's say I declare 2, 3 dogs. Each dog object, will that have, so if I do not make this static, just forget static. If I do not make this static, I just said that private members do not come in the inheritance. So child classes will not have the count variable, right? But if I make 3 dog objects, suppose I make 3 dog objects by calling new dog, new dog, new dog, and put all these 3 objects into 3 reference variable. So dog x1 equal to new dog, dog x2 equal to new dog, dog x3 equal to new dog. So 3 x1, x2, x3, 3 dog objects are created. So what will happen for the count variable in this case when it is not static? So now you can see there it's not static. So will count be there for x1, x2, x3? Because count is not inherited. So what will happen? So when I try to change the count, right? So what is happening in that case? Getting the point, what I'm trying to say. So I just said that count variable is not there in subclasses. But if I have 3 objects, x1, x2, and x3, so if I try to write, let's say x1 dot increment, increment is a public method. So increment can be called using any object, right? Or even the class name, since it is static. So if I write x1 dot increment, let us make these things, let us just change the code for your ease of understanding. Let us make all of this non-static. Okay, and let us call it using, it's just a second. So for ease of understanding, I'm changing the code. Let's say dog x1 equal to new dog. Fine. Now we have one object dog, another object dog x2 equal to new dog. Fine. Cat x3 equal to new cat. Let's say one cat object. Let's delete all of this. And over here, what I'm trying to do is x1 dot get count, and let's go D. See. Fine. So this is now see this code. So this is fine, right? No problem should be there. At first, tell me the output of this code. What will be the output of this code?
1, 1, 1.
Correct. The output should be 1, 1, not 1. So basically we are printing 2 times. So cat 1,
1 1.
One woof and one meow.
Correct. So both of them will be 1 1 will be there, right? So if you can run it. But oh, sorry, I have not called the meow and that, right? So d1 dot woof, right? And let's say d2 dot woof and c1 dot. So the thing is both d1 d2 are barking, so I should get the count value as 2, but here I am getting the count value as 1 and 1, right? That is for static, that we have discussed. But
So,
now
call the d2 dot count now.
that also will be 1. So let's change that. Okay. So let me clear this. Oh, sorry. Now see. So even if I run it, 1 woof and 1 meow. For d2, d1, why is this happening? That because this is no longer a static field. So since this is a not static field, each object of the class will have 1 copy of the count. And therefore, whenever the count is incrementing, it is happening for that particular copy. For d1 object, when I am calling d1 dot woof, the count corresponding to d1 will only be incremented. d2 dot woof, d2 will be incremented. Okay, so if I do d1 dot woof once again, right? So then you will see, yeah. So now you will see if I print over here d1 dot get count, then you will see that it is showing you 2 woofs and 1 meow. But if I do it for d2 now, then ideally what I was thinking to show is the dog counts all the woofs, right? So basically there are 3 woofs, for 2 for d1 dog and 1 for d2 dog. So there should be 3 output and 1 meow, but that will not come. Again it will come 1 1. See 1 1. That is happening because of the static idea that we have discussed. But now the thing is, why I just told you that count object will anyway not be there inside the subclasses. So if it is not there, then how this d1 dot woof and d1 dot woof is basically able to keep track of 2. So what I'm trying to say is, you can see that when I'm printing d2 dot get count, it is showing 1. When I'm printing d1 dot get count, it is showing 2. So that means the separate copies of the count variable is properly incremented for both of these objects. Since there are 2 woofs for d1, therefore 2 is coming as the answer. And if I print the get count for d1 and 1 for d2. So these things are working. But the final question is how the count is working, because count should not be there inside the subclasses. Dog and cat class should not have count, because it is a
moved the static. So okay, so if the static is removed, then it doesn't come into the subclass.
even if it is static, even if it is not static, it will not come as long as it is private. Private members do not come in subclass.
Okay.
That's why you cannot write count plus plus. That's why you cannot write count plus plus over here. It is inaccessible. But you can write increment, because increment is a public method. So for another example, let us make a public int, let's say whatever, marks. Okay, it doesn't make sense, but just for example, public int marks. Only difference is it's public. So now you can write marks over here. It will work. Sorry. See, marks is working, count is not working. Right? So whether it is static or non-static, it doesn't matter. But the public members are coming in the subclass, privates are not coming. But if it is so, I have shown you with proof that that is the case. But if it is so, the doubt is, if count is not there in private, in subclasses, then how does count? How is count working for D1? It is properly showing that okay, 2 D1 woofs and 1 D2 woofs. So that means count is there. For D1 also it has its own copy of count, and D2 also has its own copy of count. Why own copy? Because it is non-static. So that is okay, that we have already discussed. But at least count is there. So then it is it is contradictory. Here count is showing properly, But if I try to increment count within these classes, then it will not work, because again I'm saying count is not there in inheritance. Anyone, any idea? Any opinion? At least did you get that what I'm asking? Is that part okay? Is that part clear?
Yes,
Yes,
you're
sir.
saying that there is a apparent fallacy where the presence of the private keyword should not allow the count variable to be accessible to the objects created from the subclasses.
Correct.
But it's there, but it's keeping it's being the individual copies of the variable count are being kept. How is this possible? That is your
How is this possible? Yeah. But I am not able to use count inside it according to the rule, because count is not there in the subclasses. Because if I try to write anything
So
regarding
we are using the public increment. So using that we can
that is
reference
fine,
the
but
count.
increment is not in the story at all. The thing is, even if you increment, then that version of the count will be incremented. But if count is not there in the class itself, right? So then how come D1
Then
has
sir, it is
count?
you are referring to inheritance property.
No. So let us now answer this. It's a subtle thing, and the idea is this is related to the memory management. You have to come into the memory structure. Okay. Now what happens is the count variable or any private variable will not come in the inherited classes or in the subclasses, and therefore they will not be accessible. That is point one, is that is concrete. Okay, therefore they will not be accessible. Therefore I cannot write anything regarding private members within the description of these subclasses. I cannot mention them over here. Either it is a data member, or if it is a private method also, I cannot call that method over here directly. But I can call increment because it is public. So private methods are not allowed to be called or referred to, or private data members are not allowed to be accessed in the subclass. That is final. So private members do not come in inheritance. That is okay. But since you are inheriting, I mean, basically you are doing a is a inheritance. So inheritance is a. So according to that, dog is a counter. So dog is a counter. So therefore, as I said, some features of counter will be there, and then some special features of dog will be there. Now these features of the parent class, which are private, they will have a memory space stored inside the object of the child class, but that part will be let's say inaccessible, or that there will be a space kept for count for each dog object and each cat object, but you cannot refer to that particular area of the memory which is reserved for count for each dog and each cat object. I mean, refer to that area of the memory means refer by using anything, any method of the dog class or any method of the cat class. But there will be a memory reserved for every property of the parent class, even if it is private. But why I am calling it will not come in inheritance? Because it does not come in inheritance. If it would have come in inheritance, then ideally I would be able to reuse that method. Inheritance means what? Reuse that. So I would be able to reuse that count in this body. I could write count equal to something that I should be able to write. But I am not allowed to write that in the classes, in the subclasses, in the child classes, right? But there is a memory blueprint, memory copy, memory space reserved inside each dog object. So inside the memory where dog object is created, so one part of the dog object will be reserved for count variable, int count variable, but by using any method of the dog class, you cannot access that area of the memory, but it will be reserved. And that area can only be accessed by counter classes method, parent classes method, and therefore that is being changed. Internally it is being changed, and I can see the value, but the child will not be able to change anything with respect to that particular area. So it is quite like in biology, there are some genetic features which becomes recessive, right? I mean, for those who are in biology will be able to answer that more properly, that some features from the parents comes into the child, but they remain dormant, they do not show, but it is there, and maybe in the next generation they might show. Stuff like that happen, but in this case it does not show in the next generation. But the idea is something like that. Memory space is there, but you cannot access it directly by calling the child's faculties. Child's faculties mean child's member functions or child, whatever the child has. but the child internally has the representation. So if you try to access that particular area by using the parent method increment, you can do that.
Yes,
And the child can see the result, but it will not be able to access that part. So it is quite like the dormant features or dormant or recessive features of your genetics, something like that. Is it okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So again, this is a very common.
Sir, one second. You started with this saying that we are doing a is since inheritance it is following a is relationship.
Correct, correct, correct.
So dog class dog is a counter.
It's not work. It's not proper. That's why we are running into these troubles. Okay, that was the main idea. We are having. So is it working? I'm asking you this question. Our main idea was I want to print the number of bark and the number of meows. Okay, if I have 10 dogs, 10 dog objects, then it will show for every dog object, it will show the count as 10. And for every cat object, it will show the count as whatever the number of cats are there. So main idea was I want to write a code in which no matter X number of dogs are there, dog objects are there, and Y number of cat objects are there, and X woof are happening and Y meow are happening. So the result, when I'm printing the result, printing the get count, I should get X whoop and Y meows. But that's not happening, right? We have seen in multiple ways that if I keep it static, then it is showing 5, 5. I mean, in the previous example, it was showing 5, 5. Why? Because 3 dogs and 2 cats were there. So 3 plus 2, 5. So all of them were changing the same count. So it's not working. Here also, if I make it non-static, then I'm running into another trouble that for static, all were same. Therefore, cat and dog were basically sharing or incrementing the same variable. So we were not able to, let's say, differentiate between the whoops and the meows because the count is same for all of them. So therefore, I was getting the summation of whoops and meow together. So 5 whoops and 5 meow. Or if I have 2 dogs and 2 cats, then I will get, I should get 2 whoops and 2 meows, but I will get 4 whoops and 4 meows because there is no difference between the whoops and meow because the static variable is common. But if I now do not make it static, then again I have this trouble that each object has its own copy and therefore every time I will get 1 woof and 1 meow, irrespective of the number of dogs. So in neither way it is working. And why it is not working is because it is not following the is a relationship. The main idea is that whatever way you try to make the functions, make it static, make it non-static, pass parameter, do not pass parameter, whatever way of try to work around you want to do, it will not work properly or it will not work elegantly because it is not following the basic idea of inheritance. But the inheritance will work normally, right? Public members will come. So therefore, we will get into trouble. So therefore, we always say follow the fundamental principle of inheritance, which is basically is a relation. If it follows is a relation, that 99% of the chance your code will also work properly. I mean, the demands of the code, the constraints of the code will work properly. If not, then mostly it will not work. You will run into trouble later. So many people just, in order to reuse the code, since by defining one method in the parent class, you will be able to reuse in the child class. So in order to do that, so basically in this case, the increment part and the count variable part, right? You would have to redefine it in every subclass if you do not have this counter class. So in order to reuse the code, I am trying to do something like this, but it is not working properly because it's not a is a relation. So that is the fundamental discussion that I wanted to do. Do not make a random reuse of code by having a is a relation. It's not at all appreciated. Even if the code works, sometimes it's not something that you should do because later on while developing the application, you will run into trouble. You are bound to run into trouble if it is not a proper inheritance relation.
So,
Okay.
so you're saying that if there's the keyword private is there, then there's going to be a breakdown of that is a relationship.
Yeah, private breaks down the not is a relationship. Private is something which is not inherited. Just keep this thing in mind. Yeah, that's it. But is a relationship is a different part, right? So I just told you that because here you have inheritance. You have you are trying to make an inheritance in order to reuse the code. You can just also rewind in the YouTube. You will see that I have shown where the code reuse is happening. So in order to do that, we are using this subclass technique. We are extending counter for dog and cat. But since it is not a proper is a relation, therefore we are not able to achieve that feature anyway. Even with static, even with non-static, You can try other ways also. Mostly it will not work. Okay. So it's not about private. It's about the simple is a dog is not a counter. Therefore, the features of counter class will be inherited inside dog, and you will run into trouble later on because of this. Which is what's happening in this case. Private is a separate concept. Private is a concept that private members will not be inherited in the subclass. Even if you write something which makes sense. So let's say even if I change this to, let's say, mammal. Now cat and dogs are mammal, and let's say I want to count how many mammals are there. Now this is a proper, let's say this is a proper is a relation, right? Dogs are mammal. Yeah, dog is a mammal. So therefore it's fine. But again, the logic remains same. The private member count number of count of mammals will not come inside dog class. Okay, so that is something else. It is wrong to say that private breaks is a relation. Is a relation is more a semantic idea. Private is something that variable which is let's say very specific to the parent class, and if I do not want that variable to be accessible in the child class, directly accessible in the child class, or let us say that variable I do not want the child class to use the child classes method. Okay, hear this properly. If I do not want a variable to be used by the child class by the child classes method, not the parent class, the child classes method. So in this case, which is child class method? Woof is child class method. Meow is child class method. So I do not want woof or meow to access the variable. So in such a scenario, I will make that variable private in the parent class. So therefore, private variables are not inherited. But their memory representation, memory impression remains inside each object of the child class. So you will not be able to access that area. You will not be able to access that variable. But you will have that copy of the variable inside the object memory representation. And if you say that if I am not able to access why it is there, yeah, you will not be able to access it using the child classes method. But you will have some method in the child class which are public in the parent class, and therefore they are inherited in the child class. So by using those method in the, it is inherited, public method are inherited. So if public method are inherited in the child class, you can call those method in the child class, which is happening. That's what is happening. I am calling the increment method in the child class, which is a parent class method. So that will be able to change the copy or that part of the memory, which is not accessible by the method of the child class. Right? These are very basic concepts, but it should be properly, set in your head so that you do not run into trouble later.
Got it, sir.
Yeah. Fine. So now we have finished this code, and there are some points. What is the fundamental problem here? It is the fundamental problem is it's not an easy relation. Can we make it right by using non-static instance counter? We have already seen that it's not working still. We have just seen by making it non-static. If not, then what to do? So basically, I want this feature, right? I want to count the number of whoops and count the number of meows. So if I want to do that, how to do this?
So we can fetch the count with the get count and use it.
But again, I do not want separate count variable for each object.
We can save the count for each for each class.
For each class means? That's what I'm saying. No, I do not want to do that. If for dog class and cat class, I have different count, then if I give you 10 such subclasses, dog, cat, elephant, whatever, tiger. So for each class, you will have this count variable. So that is code redundancy. So I do not want code redundancy. I want to do code reuse. But in order to do code reuse, if I do inheritance, I am running into trouble. Because it is not a easy relation. So what to do? I am not allowing you to have redundant code. You cannot have count variable written again and again in all the 100 subclasses that you have. I don't want to do it. Then how to tackle this? Let's change this to mammal as well. Okay, or let's change it to counter because that was the main idea. So counter. So the thing is, if I want to do code reuse only thing we knew inheritance, but inheritance, if I try to do that, since it is not a logical is a relation, we saw that by all our coding techniques, still it is not working. So the thing is, we have to think of something else. So let us at first remove this inheritance. Now there things become interesting. What I do is I create a counter object, or let's say counter dog counter, or dog C, or let's say C, counter object over here. Okay, I make a counter object over here and a counter object over here. Now you will say that, okay, but how does it help anyway? Because again, I have two different counters, two different counter objects inside the classes. Here you have two different counter objects, that's fine, but you will not have to repeat the methods. Getting what I'm trying to say? So let us say, if you would have written here, instead of counter C, you would have written private int count. And again, in cat also you write private int count. Count for cat, count for dog. But then, in order to change that count variable, you would have to have the increment and get count method inside each of this class again. Got it? What I'm trying to say? You write private int, int count, one count variable, and now how will you increment this count variable? I mean this particular count variable. Let's say, let us call it dog count. How will you increment this dog count variable? In order to increment that, you need a method, increment method, or basically you have to write dog count plus plus whatever. So basically you have to have a mechanism to do the increment and to return the value of the current dog count as well. So for that, basically you have to copy these two methods inside the dog class and again inside the cat class as well. So basically you are repeating the same code again and again, right? If you would have written this private int dog count and private int cat count inside cat, I'm not doing that. What I'm doing is I'm creating an object of the counter class which I have already created inside each of these subclasses. Now I do not have to write the increment, get count, or whatever other methods are there inside the counter class. Now, for you guys, it might seem very simple that yaar 2 line ka code hai, there are only 2 lines, I can write increment and get count. But let's say these are very big classes and thousands of functions are there. Then you have to copy these two functions. In that case, if you have thousands of functions, then you have to copy all thousands of functions inside each of the subclasses. That is very, I mean, not subclass, sorry, inside each of these dog and cat class. That is very tedious and basically redundant thing, right? So rather than doing that, I am basically defining a class with all the features, and I'm creating an object of that class or reference variable of that class inside each of these two different classes, which is trying to utilize the features provided by the counter class. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to count the number of dog barking and count the number of meow call. So therefore, I will use the features provided by the counter class, and in order to use that feature, what do I need? I need a counter. A counter means a counter object. So therefore, I'm defining a counter object. This will help me in reducing all the method definition that is already there in counter. I do not have to write increment and get counter. In real world scenario, you do not have to write thousands of lines of code which are already written as a utility provided by the counter class. Okay. So now I did this counter C. Now what will I do? Inside the constructor public dog, obviously since I will initialize all the data members of the dog class inside the constructor. So let us suppose while accepting this dog, I will also accept a counter C object, or even that's not also required. What I will do is I will inside this dog class, I will initialize this C to be new counter. So now a counter object is being created, right? Constructor's work is what? To initialize all the data members. So I'm initializing the C data member as a new counter. I'm creating an object for that. Now once the object is created, now it is ready to go, right? And let us also, I think the value we have not set the count, right? Okay. So one thing is inside the constructor of this class, okay, so ideally, since this is not a complete code and I'm discussing multiple things, so I have to make corresponding changes. So inside the counter over here, I have to make it count equal to 0 because count should start from 0. So yeah. Again, one more thing, just off track I'm going. I prefer to do discussion in this Saturday session by typing code, which will take some more time. But I think the code walkthrough sessions for your weeks will be there, where all the concepts will be discussed. I think in week 3 code walkthrough session, I think you guys have seen. And in week 4, week 5 also, I have made the code walkthrough session. So there all the concept of the week will be discussed from the programming perspective. There you can watch all the things together in, I think, 2 hours, 2.5 hours video, or I think 2 hours maximum video. But in this session, I try to do it by typing, because a lot of thing comes up when we type, type and do this thing live. It will take some time, but bear with it. Fine. So public void increment count plus plus. Here, what I was doing, yeah. So we have initialized this count variable to 0. And now I'm calling the counter constructor, so automatically constructor will initialize to 0. Okay, fine. Now what I will do, what should I write over here?
C dot increment.
That's it. Finish. Finito. Okay. Over here also C dot counter.
Sir, I am not able to understand why you wrote C equal to new counter.
Because here counter C is nothing but a reference variable. So it's nothing but an empty box. Reference variable, as long as you are not putting an object inside it, it will not be able to call any method. So if I do not write this code, you will see that it will show a null pointer exception. So let us comment this away and see what happens. So when I'm doing this, right? Yeah. Doc, okay. So this is showing C dot increment, but when I run this code, it will show you run exception. I mean, it will show error. Let us check that. Okay. Let me show you what I mean. Just one point for other guys who understood it properly. Why red underline is not coming as of now? Okay, think that. Okay, we will answer that later. Don't answer it just now. Let me explain this thing first. But why red underline is not coming as of now? As I told you that it will show you an error when I execute the code. So here you see what it is showing: exception in the thread java.lang error, unresolved compilation problem. Okay, method get count is undefined for type dog and cat, whatever. So this thing, why is it showing when method get count is undefined, or basically it's not working? Just a second. So sorry, this is something else. Yeah, so sorry, don't ignore this error. Okay, that was for the bottom part. So yeah, read this thing. So now I have commented this thing. There is no such error as of now. Only this part is in concern. So now see what the thing is telling. It is saying exception in the main java.lang null pointer exception. Cannot invoke Java intro counter dot increment. Cannot invoke increment because this dot C is null. Okay, cannot invoke increment method because the C object is null. Why? Because here I have the counter object C, sorry, not counter object, counter reference variable C, but I am not initializing or putting any pointer in the, sorry, putting any object in the reference variable. Since I am not putting any object in the reference variable, it's like an empty basket, not storing anything. And then I'm using that empty basket to basically call the increment method. A method is only, all the class methods are for objects, right? And objects behavior are represented by the member functions or the methods, right? So if I do not have an object in the existence, then how will I be able to call a particular member function for which data item should that particular function be called? So increment will not be called for anything because C is null over here. There is no value stored inside C. So I need to put some value inside C, and that some value should be an object of the counter class. So this is the difference between reference variable and object, which we discussed in the last session. So in order to put the value, here we are writing C equal to new counter. So now the C reference variable or the C empty box is now storing an object of the counter. So this new counter is the object. So now the object is stored inside C, And now increment and all other methods of the counter class will be able to, we will be able to call it with respect to this newly created object. Okay, unless and until we write new counter, there is no object. It's like an empty box. Only thing is, since it is a counter box, it will be, only thing I'm meaning over here is, since we write counter C, it only means C is an empty box. But since it is a counter C, that means it is an empty box which will be able to store counter objects. That's the only meaning you are providing by this line. This line does not mean you are creating a counter object. This means you are creating an empty box which is capable of storing counter type object. And therefore, this is called a reference variable. That it is used for referring to a counter object. But object is this thing. Unless and until you write new counter, no object will be created. Fine. So therefore, we need to write this. Yeah. And then we can call this C dot increment. So you see, now we have code reuse. I am not defining the increment method or get count method. We have code reuse, right? If I have 100 classes, I will not write 100 increment method inside each of the subclasses. So code reuse is happening, but I am not inheriting anything. So only thing is I'm taking a data member of the counter class, because why? Because I want to use the features provided by the counter class. So this is a completely separate programming ideology. So that was inheritance. That was also helping you in code reuse. But that was only helping you in code reuse when there is an is-a relation. But here, if you do not follow the is-a relation, you will run into trouble. We have seen that. But here we are trying to do, okay, I want these features provided by these classes. I can define an object of that class inside my class, and then I can call the features of that class by using that object. That's all I'm doing. So now this is logically, semantically, syntactically, everything is fine. Will it work properly? So what was our main idea? To count the number of dogs and to count the number of cats. So, but then again, in order to do that, I have to make this thing static.
Static.
Yeah, because otherwise anyway we will run into the same trouble, right? Yeah, fine. So now if I same code, everything else will remain same. Yeah. So ideally my thing was that I should get the output 2 for this. So
3 na?
3, no, dog. For dog I want 2. Oh, sorry, 3 dog. Correct. I did not see this 3 whoops. Okay. Yeah, so for dog I should get 3 and for meow I should get 1. Right? Okay. Why is this get count showing?
They're not inheriting now. That's why.
Public है ना? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Correct. In order to have the get count, I can make it static as well. Correct. Let's make all of these things static. Right? Okay. So if I make these things statics, and then let us change this since it's no object is there. So let us call the dog, not dog, is what? Counter. Just a second, sorry. So first of all, this counter C. Okay, again, there is something that again we have to change. Can someone figure out if I write dog over here, will it work? So this is why I prefer this way of coding, typing stuff. If I write dog.getCount, it will not work because dog is not the, it's not a static of dog class, it is static of counter class.
We can write dog.c and we.
That's the point. Exactly. Right? That's the point. So very good. Yeah. So if I write counter.getCount, what it will show?
Sir, total of both.
Let us see that. Let us see that. If I write counter.getCount, what will it show? 4 whoops and 4 meows. Okay. So it is doing that as you guys have rightly predicted. But if I want particularly for dog and cat, then what we have to do is, as you already said, that I have to do D1 because the dog object is D. So D1, right? Then I have to write dot. Then what will I do? C, because this C will be which C? This C will be this counter C. And then I am calling get counter. And then again over here I will do C1, which is the cat object, right? Cat object dot C dot get count. Just for your better understanding, let us also try it with, we will do that again by change. So now let us see what should be the output. Why is it 4 whoops and 4 now? Just a second. The object is same, right? Okay. Now that is another thing. So you have to pass the object. It is better to pass the object directly. So again, this static int is working. Just a second. Correct. So static will anyway hinder over here. So I have this particular variable. Yeah, correct. I will explain this. Just let me check once again. Yeah. But 3 whoops was there, no? D1 is there. So for again.
Sir, for
No, sir,
D1,
for D1.
only.
We can
So
write.
D1 had 2 whoops, so it's taking 2 whoops. You will.
Correct. Just a second. Let me just, since I'm doing things on the run, just give me some time. If I make the counter variable static, then that means it will be common for all the objects of the dog class. Yeah, correct. So now let us see what happens. Finally. Okay. So how many of you could catch up with what we did? Anyone wants to say something? Explain what we did just now and why the previous one was not working. Just see the code, you will be able to answer it, okay? Because we have done enough discussion as part of the static, non-static, all these things. Where I put static, where I removed static from this, all this count, I mean, whatever static was there in this counter part, I removed that. Before doing that, the count was coming as the summation, just like the previous problem. We have already seen that. So I removed all the static. Then without static in the dog and cat, I mean, unless let's say this static was not there in counter, what was happening? Again, the same problem. We were getting only for D1, D2, it was different copies of counter, and therefore 1, 1 was coming. I mean, since in D1, 2 whoops are there, so 2, 1 was coming. But now I remove the static over here and put static in the counter C inside the over here. So basically in these places I have put static. So now the thing is working properly. For D1.C get count, it is showing 3 whoops. But even if I do D2, then also it will show 3 whoops. Check that. D2 has done only 1, right? But again, it will show 3 whoops.
So now it has become a part of the class itself, right?
No, not class. Why it is working?
Dog class, sir.
No, it has nothing to
Counter thing. So whenever we create a dog object, it is referring to only one copy of that thing.
Yeah. So the thing is, but the important observation over here is, if I make the counter itself static over here, then it will not work. Why? Because then it is common to all counter objects. Observe this thing properly. If I make the static counter over here, right? So then that means what? Static over here means all counter objects are common. Count variable is common for all counter object. Again, count variable is common for all counter objects if I make the static over here. So that means what? Let us remove these statics. So that means what? If the count is common for all counter object, so this is the counter, this is also a counter. I am taking basically, let us say this is a counter object, this is a counter object. So for both of these counter objects, the count will be common. So if I have a static over here, so this count will be incremented equally for this counter as well and this counter as well. So therefore I was getting the summation of meows and dogs together. I mean barks and meows together. 5 or whatever, I mean 4, whatever the summation is, right? I was getting that. Why? Because if I make a static over here, that means this count is common to all counter object. Now here it is counter object, here also it is counter object. So for both these counter object, it will be summed up. So I cannot do that. I want group wise summation. So basically I want summation for dogs and I want summation for cats, but I do not want summation of dogs and cat. So I cannot write static over here. So if I do not write static and if the code looks like now it is looking, so in this case again the same problem. For every dog object, for D1, for D2, for both D1 and D2, this C variable
There
will
is
be
a separate counter.
exactly. So there is a separate counter variable for both D1 and D2. Now for that, if I do D1.woof 2 times, that counter corresponding to D1 will increment by 2 times. And if I do D2 1 time, then counter corresponding to D2 will get incremented by 1 time. So therefore D2 will be 1 and D1 will be 2. And that's why the output was coming like that. But that also I do not want. Again, because this is a this is a instance variable. So for every object, every dog, the counter C will be different. First C will be for D1 object. Second, another C will be for D2 object. But I want summation within dogs. So therefore, I am making this counter as static. Now, static means what? It is common to class. So therefore, all the dog object will share the counter object. That's what I want, right? I want a common counter for all dogs and I want a common counter for all cats. So all dog objects have to share a counter, one counter. So therefore, the dog class should have a particular counter shared by all dog objects. So in order to do that, I am making the counter static, counter object static inside each of the dog and cat class. I hope now we have discussed in proper detailed manner.
Sir, can you show the print line?
Print line means?
Sir, yeah, this one's okay, sir.
Right, okay. So now this is working properly, 3 meows and 1 meow. Even if I use D1, D2, D3, right? Any object with respect to any object, if you call get count, it will work. As long as it is dog, it will show the dog's woof. For D1 also it was showing 3. Yeah, as you can 3, 3, and for D2 also it is showing 3. Fine. Okay. Now, so now the thing is, so we saw code reuse in, let's summarize what we discussed. We saw code reuse by 2 techniques. First is by inheriting, but the constraint was that if I do not do is a relation, logically if it is not is a relation, code reuse will happen, but you will get into trouble later on. And it will not work properly most of the times. If I want to do code reuse of a completely unrelated class into my classes, so dog and cat is completely unrelated to counter in any hierarchical system, but I want to use the feature provided by a particular class, then I can do that by taking an object. Now in this case it is static, in some other case it might not be static. Okay, so the static is something which is particular for counting objects. So therefore here I am doing counting, therefore we have declared static. But the main idea is I am declaring an object of a particular class whose utility methods, or utility method means method. Okay, I am calling this utility method because so let's say the woof method is what? A behavior method. So for every dog object, woof is a behavior. And utility means what? Utility means a feature provided, a utility or usage provided by a method which is not related to your data, but which you just want to use it, right? So for example, if you want to do principal component, so since you guys are doing machine learning, so if you want to do principal component analysis, you need to find the eigenvectors. So if you are writing a code for PCA, principal component analysis, then you don't have to write the eigenvector code completely. Let's say there is another library which is providing you how to find the eigenvectors. So you can just have an object of that class, and then you can call that object dot find eigenvectors method, and it will give you the eigenvectors. So the PCA is not hierarchically related to finding eigenvectors. But the thing is, let us say it is a utility that you want to use in your class. So in order to do that, we are defining an object as a data member of the class. So this is another completely different programming structure, different from inheritance. Okay. This relation, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a
Something-
doubt, sir.
Yeah.
So in the dog class,
Ah.
we are initializing with each constructor c equals to new counter
Correct.
each time. So means each time the object will call the counter and initialize the count as 0 now, because we're calling the constructor class each time.
But it is static now. So static means what? Static means that it will be
constant for the objects.
Yeah. So for all object, it will be same. So once the dog has been created, the counter has been created, it will be common for all objects. So therefore, it will not be made 0 again.
So, but if we are calling the constructor of dog, then it is c equals to new counter, and means we are linking the c with the means we are creating the object c with each object of dog.
Correct. But the thing is, you have to consider that it is static. Once it is static, this thing will not work, right? So for C will be common to all the objects. So that when it is saying that you have a static field, then the constructor will not be again allocating a new constructor on top of, new object on top of that. Getting the point? So that's why the idea of static is there.
But sir, we are calling every time count equals to 0 now in the counter.
That's what I'm saying now. So when you are having, let's say D1 dog, D1 new dog, you came over here, you make C equal to new counter. Okay, you went over here, inside the counter, you initialize the count to be 0. Right? Again, after that, let us say increments are happening and all those things are happening. Then again for D2 dog, again you came over here, and in C equal to new counter, you write new counter. Again you go over here. Now you are saying that this count will again be reinitialized to 0. Right? That's the doubt, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the thing over here is static variables. Once you have static variable, so since it is common for all objects, the memory for each of this area will not be separate. The memory will be common. Since the memory is common, it is already allocated. Once for D1 it is already allocated now. So since it is already allocated, therefore this new constructor call will not change the particular memory location again, because you have made it static. So this is how internally the system works. So if you check the
so it will not change the location, but it will change the value of C.
No, that's what so if you, let us say if it would have changed the value of C, then you will get the result different, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you are getting the results properly. Let us check it. So here you see, if I run this code, you are getting the result properly. If I again have another let's say another new dog dot move. Now you see what happens. Why am I getting this problem? Now can you guess? See, just a second. Let me just go over here. Static, private int count. No changes, right? Everything was normal. Everything is normal as it was earlier. If I remove this thing, just a second. So here it is fine. But then if I let us take over here, I define dog D3. Dog D3 equal to new dog over here I am writing. Now you tell me, if I write D3 dot woof again, what will be the result? Sorry,
So 4 wolves and 1 meow.
D3 dot correct. Woof. Right? If I now print it, 4 whoops and 1 meow. But if I don't do that in here, if I call a new dog over here, and then or let's say even if I do it after this, you don't have to confuse it with new. So let's say dog D4, right? Equal to new. Now here I'm defining new again. Then it will go to 0, as you were saying. Then let us call D4 dot woof, right? Woof. And now let us print again. Yeah. So I'm printing with respect to D1, but because it is static, it will anyway work. So now if I do it, here the reinitialization will happen. Since I was having all the objects over here and it is already static. So therefore, again, the constructor call was not coming. So then I can call it and it will work. And now here it will show 1, 1. Because again, new is called over here. In these cases, new was only called before the objects were calling the woof and meow. So therefore, when it is static, where did that go? When it is static, it is anyway not called. This new counter will anyway not get called, and it will be shared for all the D1, D2, D3, D4, whatever you define. But since you are here in later on, you are again redefining a new dog after the woofs have already happened. Therefore, the value is getting changed. So value will get changed. That is fine. But as long as it is static, it will be shared by all other objects and it will be not be changed because the constructor is not getting called after the woof that you have done. Getting the point? So as long as, yeah. If I remove this, now D1, D2, C1 is there, and here, oh sorry, what did I remove that? Yeah. This dog, D4. If I remove this, right, and again define a D4 over here, then again the things will work properly because the constructor is not getting called later on. It will show 5, right? 5 woofs and 1 meow. But if I again redefine the constructor once again, then it will get into trouble. But here it is shared by all the static objects. Sorry, not static objects, all the objects because it is static. And the constructor call has, even if it is putting it to 0, then again it is not changed because the whoops are happening later on. And later in the code at line 35. That is the primary reason. But here it is because of the static feature.
Okay, sir.
I think you are asking about this particular part, which I did not get initially. Yeah. I thought you were asking mainly about the why it is shared. Right?
Hmm.
Fine. So now we have seen, okay, what I was telling, I got interrupted. So, so this particular programming design where you define an object inside of one class inside another class to utilize its method. This is also called, we also call this by one particular term, which is has a relation. This is also called is a relation is your inheritance, and has a relation is, anybody knows about it? What do we call it? It's called composition. Okay, so has a, now you see, if I put has a, then it will show logical idea. I mean, it will be according to the logical idea. So dog has a counter, cat has a counter. So it's right that dog has a counter object, cat has a counter object. So yeah, but dog is a counter was not working. So therefore you can see in composition we can make changes in the code and work as long as it is not hierarchically related. But is a must be hierarchically related, otherwise we will run into trouble if we only try to reuse code. So please understand this idea properly. Is a relation should only be done when there is a proper logical confirmation about the hierarchical relation. And has a relation is generally done when you want to utilize the feature of a particular classes method in your unrelated classes. So these are the two programming, let's say, design pattern, not design pattern, but design ideas. Yeah. Anybody has doubt in any of these two things? This is also actually called aggregation, but let us, anyways, there is a fine difference between these two things. Let us not go into that detail as of now. Okay, so we have discussed this code. Now, next thing that we will discuss is a little bit about your this dynamic dispatch and all of that. But again, that part I think is well addressed in the lectures as well. So once you see the lectures, those things will be clear. I focused on this part because that is not, let's say, directly discussed in the lecture. You know, the theoretical idea has been discussed, but you don't see a coding example where you will be able to, let's say, segregate the features of is and has a relation. So that's why I kind of took a lot of time in discussing that. Dynamic dispatch is anyway the primary discussion point for with the lectures as well as in your live session. So I'm sure that in the previous live session that also is discussed in a proper way. So I will be a little bit fast while discussing this thing. So okay, so now here I have these two classes, language and Java. So Java is a language, so therefore I'm doing inheritance over here. So language and Java class, Java is a language. And inside it, I have a fun method, and it is printing parent because it's a parent class part. And again, we have another fun2 method, which is printing parent class fun2. Okay. And we have this subclass Java, which has again the same name. So this is your polymorphism. As I already said, the one of the feature of object-oriented programming is polymorphism. So you see the same fun method is also there inside the Java class. But let us assume, as of now, let us say this class was not there. Fine. Let us say this class is not there. And let us comment all these things. Okay, fine. So now in this code, I have this Java class and I have this fun3 method. Java is extending language. Fun2 and fun method are there in the language or parent class. So my question is, if I create a Java type reference variable, let's say O1 equal to new Java, right? Can I call the fun method of the language class by using this O1? That's the doubt. So if I write O1 dot, I should be able to call, right? So you can see I have this fun2 method. As soon as I put a dot, the ID shows the method that I can refer to. So fun2, fun3 you can call, right? Fun2 is from parent class, fun is from parent class. So here also you see fun method. There are also these methods also, we will discuss them later. So fun method is from parent class, fun2 method is from parent class, fun3 is anyway Java's own method. So you can call that. So you see here I have Java type reference variable and Java type object, but I am able to call language classes method. Okay. Now let us see, keep this thing in mind. So let us write it. Can call language and Java methods. So it can call both language class and Java classes, all the method. Now if I make a change over here, language O2 equal to new Java. So now the reference is language class type, but the object is still Java type. Okay. Over here, what should I write? Can call, let us see that later on. O2 dot, as soon as I put the dot, it will show the methods that I can call using O2. So can anyone say, predict it?
Fun and fun2.
Fun and fun2. Okay, so fun3 I will not be able to call, but the object is of Java type. So So I should be able to call, right? Fun3.
No, sir, it is referenced by object of language type.
Correct. So this is a concept that I want to discuss. At the compile time, okay, so normally let us forget about compile time. Normally when you are writing code, you can only access or call those methods, okay, which are accessible or which conforms to the access of the reference variable. So what I mean is, let's come back to the first example. Java O1 equal to new Java was there. So what is the reference variable? At first job is look at the reference variable. Reference variable is Java type. So that means I can call all the methods of Java type. I mean, sorry, all the methods present inside Java class. But we just said that I can call the methods of language class as well. Now I am saying that you can, if the reference is Java type, then you can only call methods of Java class. So why is this contradiction? It's not contradiction. You are being able to call the language classes method. The reason for that is these language class methods are public, and therefore fun method and fun2 method is inherited inside the Java class. Since they are inherited inside Java class, it is basically, you can assume internally, keep in your mind that fun method definition is written over here, and fun2 method definition is also written over here. Inheriting means like that. So we saw in case of data member, the count variable, as long as we are keeping it public, you are able to write directly in the subclasses count equal to whatever, 57 count plus plus. So you are able to use the count directly by writing in the subclasses, right? So likewise here also, assume since you are inheriting and since these two methods are public, that essentially means that the fun2 method and fun method are present inside the Java class. They are copied inside the Java class. Since they are copied inside the Java class, now you have three methods inside Java class: fun, fun2, and fun3. Therefore, the reference variable Java is able to call both fun, fun2 and fun3. It looks like you are calling the language classes fun and fun2 method. That is correct. That is obviously correct because fun and fun2 is there in language class. But internally keep this concept in your mind. You are being able to call language classes fun and fun2 method. The reason for that is fun and fun2 is present, explicitly present inside the Java class. It's like you have written the definitions inside Java class. So therefore you are able to call. So the bottom line is you can only call those methods which are conforming to the reference type variable. So Java type, I will not look at what is the object present on right hand side. I will only look at what is the reference type variable. Okay, reference type variable, only those methods you can directly call. Okay, so since now the doubt is that, okay, if that is the case, why fun and fun2 I can call? The reason is inheritance. And therefore fun and fun2 is as if it is also a part of Java class. So therefore you are able to call Java functions. So therefore you are able to call fun and fun2 because the reference is Java type. Okay, so keep this in the back of your mind. Okay, so therefore deleting that. So likewise, if that is the concept, over here in this example, language O2 equal to new Java, as I said, we will only see reference type to call which functions, to see which functions you can call reference type. So reference is what? Language. So that means I will only be able to call language classes object. Language classes functions. So what are language classes function? Fun and fun2. So therefore O2 can only call fun and fun2. So as soon as I put a dot, it will show fun and fun2 in the list, but it will not show fun3. So as you can see over here, fun2 is there. There are also some other methods. We will discuss why they are coming. Fun is there, but fun3 is not there. Although the object is object type, Java type. Object is Java type, but still I cannot call fun3. Why? Because only reference type is used for figuring out which class you can call. Okay. Now,
Sir.
let's.
Sir, does the concept of L value, R value have any relevance here? Like,
Exactly. L value is what? The value which is the address value. So therefore here the address is what? Language type address. And what is the R value? That is the exact value, which is the Java type object. So L value is always considered, or you can say in easier terms, reference type is always considered for for referring to which particular methods you can call.
So
Okay,
basically,
object. Huh.
if my R value is of a type that is of a subclass, then it will not take the methods, all the methods.
Yeah, it will not take the subclass method.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. Because just keep this thing in mind that reference type is the final decider which methods you can call. Object type doesn't matter. I will not even look on the right side. I will just see what is the left side value. I will be able to call only those.
Reference type is the final decider.
Final decider.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I hope this is clear that why if you can counter argue me and say that, okay, if that is the case, here the reference type is Java. So I should be only able to call fun3. Why am I able to call fun and fun2 also? In the first,
No,
in this.
that is because of inheritance.
That should be kept in mind. That is because of inheritance. So inheritance just means that fun and fun2 you did here Control C, Control V. Okay, Control C, and over here you come Control V, just like that. So therefore, fun and fun2 is also there in Java class. Therefore, reference type of Java is also able to call fun2 and fun. So that is the idea. Okay, now if that is now okay. Fine. Now, what I do is let's uncomment this. Ab game ghum gaya. So now the game has changed. So this is what method overriding. Fine. So we have this method overriding. What is method overriding? Method overriding explained in the lecture. So I will briefly just go over that. Method overriding means function signature, function name, everything will remain same. Only the body of the function will be different. So whatever you write inside it will be changing. Okay, nothing else will change. And I think someone is unmuted. Can you mute yourself? Yeah. So, so if that is the case, method overriding only happens in case of inheritance structure. So parent class might have a method, and the same name method, same name, same signature. Signature means what? The things available over here, right? The parameters, int x, y, whatever. So this is not method overriding. Here, if I write int s, the name is same, everything else is same, but it is not method overriding. Why? Because, oh, just 1 second. Oh, sorry, I forgot this thing, static. This is, again, we will discuss that later. Yeah. So just whatever I explained till now was not anything related to static. Static I have put over here to explain a concept, but that will come later. So we have deleted that. Just think that this is the code. So, so now fun is there, and here also fun is there. This is not method overriding. This is method overloading. It is not actually method overloading also. This is a completely different method. Okay. Method over. So I will explain method overload and override now. Method overloading is something you have already seen, which is constructor overloading. So basically same thing. Method overloading happens in the same class. You cannot overload method in subclasses. Method overloading only happens in the same class. And what is the idea of method overloading? That you change the signature, but the name remains same. So I can write public void fun, and inside it, I will have, let's say, int x. So the signature is different. Here it is blank. I mean, no parameter is there. Here I have one parameter. Also, I can have string s over here. This is also method overloading. Why? Because the type of parameter is different. Although I have one parameter in each of them, but the type is different. So method overloading is said when you have the same function name, but the signature of the function is different, which means the parameter group, whatever you have, that should be different in number or type of parameter. See, number of parameter is also okay. I can have int s, int y, int t, whatever. So here the type is same, but the number of parameter is different. Also, I can have different type if the number is same, but it should be properly distinguishable by the compiler that which fun you are calling. So that is called method overloading. You have already seen that in constructor overloading, where I have a default constructor with no parameter. I have a parameterized constructor with some int x, string y, whatever, some parameters, right? So you can have multiple constructor in a class depending upon how you want to initialize the object. So that is what overloading is. So overloading happens in same class, point number 1. Overloading cannot be done in subclasses. Point number 2. Overloading works when you have the same name of the method, but the signature of the method is different. That means the name, that is the type or the number of arguments should be different. That is method overloading. Okay, fine. Now,
Yeah. So can I add something?
go ahead.
So if we remove the line number 6, so still we
Repeat.
have the remove the line number 6. Still we have
Okay.
the method overloading now, because in Java class we are, it means, inheriting the functions of language. Okay.
Correct.
So as you said, it's like copy paste. So we still have fun with no parameters
Correct.
and with fun with int s in the Java. So it's still
Yeah.
method overloading, no?
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. So basically, since you are copying it, correct. In that sense, you are correct. So yeah. So when I said that you cannot have method overloading in inherited classes, what I primarily meant is method overloading. Classically, the concept of method overloading is meant, or is, let's say, used in a single class, in a one class. But due to the inheritance rules of Java, so this is the difference. I mean, in C++ it works in a little bit different manner. So, but in Java, since it is being copied directly and all the versions are there, so you can say that if I have fun int s over here and the fun blank no parameter over here, so that means this fun will also be copied inside this class, and then I can create a Java object, and if I pass Java object, let's say j1 is the object, and I write j1.fun and I pass an integer parameter, then this version will be called. But if so what I mean is, let us do that without talking. So let's say we have this O1 object, Java object, right? So I can write O1.fun and I can pass 3 over here, and I can also write O1.fun directly. So see, none of it is error, both is working, but both are working. But why this fun is working? Because as I said, due to inheritance, it is coming. So yeah, I kind of missed that idea. So in Java, you can say, yeah, exactly. So here method overloading, in that sense, it is happening. But primarily the usage of method overloading, okay, the usage, I'm not saying syntactically. Syntactically, it is method overloading. Correct, you are right. But primarily the usage of method overloading, let's say the intention for which you do method overloading, that happens in a single class. I mean, you don't use inheritance to do method overloading. But you are correct again. So I'm sorry for that. Yeah, method overloading in Java, inherited class will have the copy, and therefore it will work as method overloaded method. So right in that, you are right in that. But again, primarily speaking, the classical concept of method overloading for any programming language, object-oriented programming language, is related to inside one class, because primarily the intention of method overloading works inside one class. Okay, and as you have seen in constructor overloading, you have multiple constructors now. So constructor will only work for one class, right? It has nothing to do with inheritance. So therefore, basically you overload constructor for instantiating the object in different manners. But again stating that, yeah, so in that way it is method overloading, correct. But anyways, the primary idea of method overloading is the signature will be different. Okay. And classically, keep this thing in mind. In normally speaking, if you classically want to define method overloading in terms of any object-oriented programming, so in some other object-oriented programming where the inheritance rules are little bit different, method overloading generally is said to be working inside one class. Method overriding happens for inheritance structure. Okay, but again, what you said is correct. Here it is method overloading itself, right? Fine. Now coming back to what was method overriding. Okay, and one more thing, while discussing the first topic, I said that method overloading is compile time polymorphism. Polymorphism is quite evident because both these fun method names are fun. But while it is why we said compile time? Because since the parameters are different, compiler itself knows at the compile time. Compile time means what? Not in the runtime. Runtime means when I have pressed this button. When I have run the Java code, then it is runtime. Till the point I am not pressing this Java run, it is compile. I mean, you say it is the coding time or compilation time. So whatever red underlines that you are getting in the Java code, right? The red underlines for error, those are compile time error. Compile time error means which are figurable by the compiler. The compiler can figure out while you are writing the code that these are the errors happening, syntactical errors. There will be some errors which will only be figurable at the runtime. Why? The reason is, now please be attentive over here, the object types, when you write the new keyword, right, new whatever, so that when you are creating objects, that object creation is, let's say, justified or is resolved at the runtime, because the memory allocation happens at the runtime. So what I mean by that is, when I am writing new Java, at this very instant, at 22/28 October 11, 22/28, if I write Java and put a semicolon over here, at 22/28, the memory for Java is not reserved. As long as I am not pressing this run button, no memory is reserved for this new object. Once I press the Java, this run method, then inside memory a new Java object will be created. Okay, so at 22/29 also, at 10:29 PM also, no memory is reserved for this Java object. If I press this, then the memory will be reserved. Therefore, what I mean to say is, memory for objects, this new keyword specifically, the memory for objects will be created at runtime. So the object resolution happens at runtime. So what is the type of the object? So here also it is Java, but stored inside Java reference. Here also it is Java, but stored inside language reference. Therefore, at compile time, compiler knows that this is a Java reference, this is a language reference. And therefore, if I try to write a code like o2 dot a method of Java, which is fun3, it will show me error. Because at compilation time, compiler know that this o2 is language type, and language type means I can only call language type method. So fun3 is object Java type, so I will not be able to call it. So this idea is clear for compiler. When I'm writing this code, when I'm writing the semicolon, compiler already figures out that okay, this is wrong. But the new resolution happens at the compile time, at the runtime. This is the reason object type is not considered while calling methods, while writing code to call method. See, ideally speaking, logically speaking, O2 is storing a Java type object. So since O2 is storing a Java type object, when I should be practically, forget about Java rules and everything, practically speaking, I should be able to call fun3, because anyway, O2 is an empty box. This empty box has no meaning. Java is the real hero, right? So this object is the real hero. So if the object is the real hero and Java is the object type, then logically speaking, I should be able to call fun3 also. But it is not allowed. Why it is not allowed? This is the reason. Because although I have written new Java, the memory space is not allocated for the Java object. And since the memory space is not allocated for Java object at compile time, the compiler does not allow you to call any method of Java class. It is only knowing language type reference, so it will only allow you to call methods of the language type. So new object creation only works or only resolved, only gets resolved or only gets, let's say, implemented or only gets materialized at the runtime. So there are some errors which are related to object, right? Object types which will only come at runtime. Your code will look proper. There will be no red underline. It will be properly shown because the compiler is yet not knowing which object is storing what. Right? At compiler, at runtime, it will show error. One of the error I already showed, which is what? The null pointer exception. I already showed, right? One of you asked, one girl asked that why the counter C equal to new counter was written, and I asked you guys to figure out why it was not showing red underline. It was not showing red underline because the new keyword was only working in the runtime. So compiler is saying, okay, C is counter C was over here. What I mean is in this code, counter C, sorry, where is that? Yeah, counter C is C type reference. I'm sorry, counter type reference. So if it is counter type reference, C dot increment should work, right? No problem with that because C is counter type variable. But it does not know that that reference variable is empty. I have not put anything. Why? Because I mean, unless and until I write this line, so it does not know that. because the new only takes place at runtime. So therefore, the compiler was not showing any error because the type was matching. It is counter type, increment is counter type. Okay, I will allow that. But initially, but at runtime, it is showing error. Why? Because the compiler goes to runtime and the memory allocation happens, and then it is saying, "Arey, ye to khali hai, the C has no memory allocated, there is no object." So therefore, at runtime, it was showing an exception, that null pointer exception, that it has no value, it is null value. So how are you calling the increment? So that was the reason that red underline was not coming if I comment this line. Okay. So please be careful about this thing. I know we have to discuss, the sessions get a little bit longer because all these concepts are not there in Python. I mean, they are there in Python, but I mean, initially you guys do not learn all these things because you mainly see the functions and how the basic language works. But internally, all programming language have this much level of complexity. If you go to learn C, then you will go again one more level down and you will see other complexities. So it takes some time to discuss all this. So bear with it, or at least watch the recordings later on.
So I mean to ask that what you said just now,
Huh.
that in compile time, the compiler checks that what methods can we fetch, means what methods can we fetch from the object we created.
Correct.
So and in the runtime it checks, is it means what does it do in runtime then?
Runtime, it gets the memory, right? So it gets the memory allocations that, okay, I have this object in this reference variable. I have these objects in this reference variable. So once it gets the memory allocation, then it will work with them. But the thing is, at the runtime, since you have written the code according to the rules of the compile time, right? So, and the rules of compile times are more strict. Why they are more strict? Because they are not allowing you, even if the object is Java type, still it is not allowing you to call function 3, right? So they are more strict. So since you have written the code, unless and until you write the code according to the compile time rules, it will not run. It will show you error, compile time error, like it is showing now. Line number 25, it is showing red underline. So it will not allow you to compile itself. So unless and until you get through all the compile times rule, it will not go to the runtime, and therefore it will not work. But therefore, the reason for that, and because of this, even you go to the runtime, at the runtime, since you have already followed the compile time rules, there is nothing left for runtime to provide you. So I think you might ask that, okay, so in runtime, by some magic technique or by some way, can I call the fun3 for O2 at runtime? No, you cannot do that because you have already written the code at compile time and the code is compiling according to those rules. So even at runtime, you get the resolution of the objects. The memory for all the objects are getting, let's say, materialized, and the runtime can see what object is stored in what, but it cannot still allow you to call any method which was not allowed by the compile time. So that is, you cannot get any extra advantage over there. But if you ask what is the particular function of runtime, so we will go to the next weeks and you will see there are multiple errors coming, which will be particular for runtime errors. So then you will understand what runtime environment does.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Mainly they are object type. So basically at runtime, some object will be clarified that this is the object type, which was not available at compile time. And then you have called such a method which was allowed by compile time, but at runtime it is not allowed. So like I already discussed this null pointer exception, compiler already allowed because the type is matching counter type, but at runtime when it is going and it is saying that no object was put inside the reference variable, so no new keyword is used, so it is showing that how you are calling the increment method. So this kind of things happen at runtime.
Okay, so can you show
Sir, please don't
this?
delete that. Sir, please don't delete that. I have a question.
Go. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I mean, I believe somebody else was asking. Let him finish and then I'll ask my question.
Okay. Yeah, you can finish. Who was asking? Yeah.
I was asking, sir, can you represent this means Java O1 equals to new Java and language O2 equals to new Java in a diagrammatic way? How they are different?
That's what I was planning to do.
Yes, sir, that's one thing. Yeah, here O2 fun3. I mean, can we typecast it in Java somehow?
Great question. Can I typecast a language type into Java type? So let us see. Or basically what I'm trying to say, can I typecast a parent type? Because O2 is parent language, right? So parent type into child type to call a method of child type. Can I do that? Now here comes this is the next point that I was anyway going to discuss. Magic. So it is working, right? No problem. So you can call it. By the way, it will work. It is perfectly fine and it will also work. But there is a but over here, and that but is not for the compiler or not for runtime. That but is for the programmers. I can also do something like this. Just a second. Now I think both of your questions will be solved, because you are that, can I do this? Yes, you can do this, and I am telling you this will work perfectly fine, no problem. Okay, it will work as it is expected, but there is a problem. What is the problem? That is not related to this particular line, but that is related to something else that we will see now. This is the runtimes function, because compile time is a bit stupid in these kind of scenarios. So now I have a new language reference language object. Can you guess what I'm trying to do?
Oh, but is this allowed? Oh, it's allowed.
This is compile time stupidity. As you said that what is the function of runtime? Because essentially for the, see, that's why I try to explain in this manner that see the internals of the programming language. You don't have to think about allowing or not allowing. Once you get the fundamentals, you will understand any rule. You don't have to, let's say, know a rule. You will understand that this should be a rule and this should not be a rule. See, I said that at compile time, only references are matched, or only that type, which is a which object type I do not know. Object is memory, right? Reference is a blank box. So reference is the only thing available at compile time. So here this code is working means what? I am having a O2 type. What is O2? O2 is language type. Okay. So language type can be converted to Java type by typecasting. So basically parent type can be typecasted to child type to call a method of child class. That is what it is, right? So compiler only sees the parent type is there, that can be typecasted to child type. And once you have typecasted to child type, anyway, it will allow all child class method, because now the type is child type. So it will allow child class method. So compiler is allowing fun3. Again, I'm repeating. Compiler, what is the point of view of compiler? Compiler can see O2 parent type can be typecasted to child type. I am allowing that. Okay. What is compiler saying in this line? O3 parent type language. So parent type can be typecasted to child type. Okay, just the same rule. I am not doing anything different. According to the compiler, this line and this line is same. There is no difference for the compiler. Why there is no difference? Because compiler andha hai. Compiler does not know the right side is Java over here and the language over here. Compiler will not see. Compiler will only be able to see that at the runtime when the materialization of the object happens. Basically, when the memory gets allocated. So if the memory, here the memory allocation will be Java type memory allocation, here the memory allocation will be language type memory allocation. But the memory allocation will only and only take place after I click this run button. Before that, it will not happen. And as a programmer, you can see I have written JAVA and you are typing language and Java. But compiler does not know all of that. Compiler will only see on left hand side. So it will see, okay, parent type O2, parent type O3 can be typecasted to child type. Okay, typecasting ho gaya, so now I have child type. If child type is the current typecasted type, I will allow all child type methods. So allow fun3 in this case and this case. So basically these two lines are no way different to the compiler side. These two lines mean same thing. But at runtime, as soon as you go to runtime, this line will throw an error. Because at runtime, the memory allocation takes place, object will get allocated. So here it is Java, here it is language. So fun3 for O3, a language type object will be created. Now language type object can never call fun3, right? But over here, Java type object will be created, and therefore Java type object can call fun3. So let us see this thing. I'm sorry. So let us see. Okay, so if I have this code at first, it will throw the error. So let us copy this one at first. So the first line will work, line 26 will work, line 27 will not work. So as you can see, whatever. So child fun 3. So this is working for O2, right? But O3 it is not working. Why? It is saying, let us see the exception, class cast exception. That you have done a wrong casting. At compile time, you have done such a casting that compiler buddhu ban gaya. Compiler has, allowed it. But at runtime, when the object resolution happens, then I will not allow because the object is not there. Fine. So this is again a very important idea and good question, both of you. So,
Sir,
yeah.
can we write Java 04 equals to new language?
04. Acha,
Java.
new object. Okay. Java 04 equal to, new language. No, that you cannot do because so that is not allowed because I will not answer by programming language idea. I will answer by normal life. How can you?
Yeah.
I mean, you are getting right. माँ बाप से बच्चे बनते हैं, बच्चे से माँ बाप नहीं बनते. So you cannot have that. So you cannot create an object or of child type. Sorry, object of parent type inside a child type. That is not allowed.
So,
So-
sir, can we then say that the reference type child cannot be linked to object type parent?
Reference type child. Obviously.
Okay.
Obviously. Because reference is what? A box to contain the object. Now, if I am containing an object inside a box, which should be larger, the box or the object? Obviously, the box should be larger, right? Unless and until the box is larger, you cannot put an object inside it. Forget about Java and programming language. Anyway, normal concept, right? If you want to put something in a box, then that box should be more in dimension than the item itself. So obviously, if you are putting object inside a reference variable, the reference variable should be wider than the object itself. So the wider means what? Which is on top, which is parent.
Okay, got it, sir.
So we have discussed these typecasting ideas and some all of this calling and non-calling these things. We'll comment all this now. And let us uncomment these things. This is dynamic dispatch. Okay, now let us remove. So overload is already discussed. Now overriding. So this is method overriding. Overriding happens necessarily in inherited classes. What is overriding saying? That overloading, at least the signature was different. That is the parameter set was different. Overriding, nothing will be different except the body. By looking at the function, it will look like just same, but only the body will be different, right? So now what happens? Now, according to the inheritance, this fun will be copy pasted over here. So it is like you are copy pasting this fun method over here. But now, since the signature is completely same, so then how will the compiler understand that which fun version are you calling? That's the point. Because if I'm copying this, previously it was integer and another was blank, default. So therefore compiler was understanding, okay, whichever has integer value added in the call statement, like here, o1.fun and o1.fun3. So the integer value means the integer version and blank one means blank version. But now it is same. In method overriding, it is same, right? And inheritance is copy pasting this thing, control C, control V over here due to inheritance. Now, how will compiler understand? That's the question. The answer is very simple. Compiler is dumb. Compiler will not understand. So, compiler will not understand which version are you calling, right? Because it does not know what is the, there is no way to differentiate between these two fun methods by looking at the signature. So, if I call fun, then it will not understand which version are you calling. Therefore, compiler as soon as it is, compiler will just see if such a situation occurs. If I have multiple copies of a method, just same inside a class, compiler will look, is it because of inheritance? Okay, so again, I am saying it as a compiler. I am a compiler currently, and I am looking at it that if I have a ambiguity to call which function, I don't know. I will only look, is this ambiguity because of inheritance or not? If this ambiguity is because of inheritance, if it is not because of inheritance, then I will show compilation error. So what I mean is, if Java extends language was not there, it was simple class Java, and I write two methods, public void fun with the same signature, it will show compilation error or syntax error. But compiler will see that, is it inheritance? Is it because of inheritance or is it without inheritance? If it is without inheritance, then it will show that it is programmer's fault. Right? Therefore, I said overriding only happens in subclasses. Fine. So now compiler is looking at, is it because of inheritance? So it is seeing that, yeah, there is an extends language keyword is there. That means whatever is happening, this ambiguity of fun is happening because of inheritance. Compiler will rest. It will keep its mic. It will drop. It will not do anything. Okay. It will show that, it will tell by runtime you handle it. I don't know what to do now. So when you go to the runtime, right? When you go to the runtime, then the object reference, sorry, the object resolutions will happen. And at the runtime, that specific version of the method will be called, which is dependent on the object. Now it is not reference. Now it is object, because the resolution is happening at runtime. So in this example, okay, I am deleting this thing, okay, because I want the code to be in this, I mean, the same view. So now you see both the fun methods are there, and I have this language obj new language, Java obj2 equal to new was it just a second, just a second. Why did I write obj2 new Java, language obj3 new Java? So these two things anyway we have discussed, right? Language obj language. So this fun will be called. Okay. Oh, fine, got it. So this thing you already know, reference type, right? Because this. So okay. So let us do it like this. As I said, that this kind of situation will only be resolved at the runtime. Okay. Now we will go through one of these lines, go through one by one these three lines, and we will see how each of them is working. So first, step one, language obj equal to new language. Compiler version, compiler task. I mean compiler's time. Compile time language obj. All right, new language. Fine. So obj is a language type reference. Here I have these three initialization, obj2, obj3. Now let us call to the call statement. Come to the call statement. So first one is this thing. Right? Just see this part. obj.fun. What is obj? Compiler will do what? Compiler will see obj.fun. Okay. What is obj? Language type. So is the is the language class having fun method? Right? Because as I said, compiler only look at references. So it will go to language class. It will see, yeah, fun method. Okay. So since fun method is there, let me delete all these comments.
Sir, line number 11 and line number 14, won't that create problems?
It will create problem. I tried to, so let us comment this as of now, but I copied it so that you guys have an idea that it's like the whole thing is copied due to inheritance.
Okay.
So that's why I wrote that. Inheritance means just copy pasting the same thing. So just keep this thing in mind that it's as if the whole thing is there. Okay. So I mean the commented part is there. Keep that thing in back of mind. So fine. So let us start from start. So obj.fun compiler. How will compiler work? So this is your dynamic dispatch. So please pay attention. obj.fun. Compiler will see obj. Okay. Obj is what type? Obj is language type.
Language type.
Correct. So go to language class. Compiler will go to language class. Is there a fun method? Yeah, fun method is there. So I will allow. No problem. So fun method is okay. Allowed. And it will be calling the fun method. So which fun method will be called in this highlighted statement? Language classes fun method. Okay, fine. Now obj2, again compiler. obj2.fun. Compiler is looking at, okay, so which class obj2 is, sorry, which reference is obj2 type? obj2 is Java type reference, right? Java type reference. So that means, does Java class has a fun method? obj2 is calling fun method.
Yeah, via
So-
inheritance it does.
So now compiler is coming inside Java class, and just like the previous case while looking in the language class, now it has come inside Java class and it is looking at whether there is fun method inside Java class or not. Okay. So please keep in mind, do not get confused. In the first case, I did not look at the object type. Okay, that's why I am saying it explicitly again and again in a boring kind of manner. Please keep this small observation. When I was discussing obj.fun, I did not say that I am looking at the object. I said compiler is looking at obj.fun. It is looking at what type is obj. Obj is language type. It is going inside language class. Checking is there a fun method? Yeah, fun method is there. Allowed. I will not look at anything else. I will not look at the right hand side. So compiler is allowing this line. Okay. Next, obj2.fun. Now I am coming to obj2. Again, compiler will follow the same rule. It will just look at the type of obj2, which is Java. Does Java class has a fun method? If it is there, I will allow. I will not look at what is there on right hand side. Basically, I will not look at this new Java. So, but obj2 has fun method. Now, when compiler is going to check that obj2 has fun method or not, sorry, Java class has fun method or not, then it is getting into the dilemma that Java class may have to have, but there are two fun methods. This is where the compiler gets into trouble. Like, so now it is saying that, okay, Java type reference is there, but the fun method has two versions. There are two versions of the fun method. Now, which one should I call? I don't know, because inheritance fun is there from language class and one fun is also there, just the same inside the Java class. So here the compiler will restrict case. It will say that, okay, go to runtime, figure out what object is resolved at runtime. That means which object is memory allocated and stored inside obj2, and you call the corresponding version for the object, not the reference. Because once I'm going to runtime, there is no reference, only object is there. So now at runtime, only the object matters. So therefore, it is seeing at runtime Java is the object type. So therefore, which version of fun method should be called? This version or this version? Obviously, the Java type version. So this version, which is there inside Java class, will be called. So child will be printed. So for line 2, sorry, not line 2, for obj2, child will be printed. For obj1, parent will be printed. Till now we are okay, right? Now comes the third case for dynamic dispatch. Well, language type is there and this new Java is there. Now comes the problem. Now you see, it is saying that language type. obj3 is language type. Okay, go through language type. Language type has fun method. Language type has fun method. Okay. Now it will come back and compiler will allow obj3.fun. It will not see anything else. It will not see whether the object is Java or anything. It will allow the call. But so therefore there is no compilation error or anything. So please keep this thing in mind. So this obj3.fun compiler is allowing it on the basis of the idea that the language type version will be called. Okay, for compiler's view, that is the case. And these things become very interesting to see if you do compiler design. I mean, that's not there in our curriculum because that's a more program systems intensive course. But if you do compiler design, there is one course in computer science. So these things become very interesting, that compiler is allowing this line having the idea in mind that the language type version will be called for fun method. But at runtime, something else happens. Okay, so at runtime when it goes, I mean, when basically the resolution happens, so it is saying that the Java is the Java object type. I mean, Java object is there. And the fun method is there for both these types in the language. Sorry, in the Java class, both these fun methods are there. So therefore, the resolution will happen when I said if it is because of inheritance, the resolution will always happen on the basis of object, not the reference. If it is method overriding, That means internally if it is because of inheritance. So therefore the version corresponding to Java will be called, which is again this version for line for this third one object, obj3 as well. Okay. So this is, I kind of explained it more detailed, or let's say from the more internal system internals kind of approach. But if you want to just have a basic idea of which version is being called, if there is no overriding or if there is no inheritance, then let's not say inheritance, let's say if there is no method overriding, then the reference type will always be followed. If there is overriding, then always the object type will be followed. Object type is only resolved at runtime. Therefore, method overriding or dynamic dispatch, this is why we call dynamic dispatch. Why? Because dynamically, so this language obj3, right? It is new Java language obj3, but this obj3 can also store a language type object, right? So I can have obj3 equal to new language. This is also a proper sentence, right? So a reference, parent type reference can store child type and parent type, both types of object. So therefore, I can have a language type reference. Let's make it obj4. Okay, or obj4 is already there, right? So let's say obj5. And let's make it language. So you see that I have two language type references, one storing Java object, another storing language object. Now both these language references will call the corresponding version of the fun method. So this one will call the Java version or the child version. This one will call the parent version or the language version of the fun method, depending upon what type of object is there. So this is happening automatically. You are not doing anything. You will write obj3.fun, you will write obj5.fun. But dynamically at runtime, so that's why we call dynamic, because dynamic word is related to runtime. Dynamic memory allocation. That means runtime memory allocation. So at runtime, because of the runtime feature, we have this dynamic word, and dispatch means basically you are dispatching which method will be called. So dynamically at runtime, the object version which is there in the particular reference, even though the reference type is same, that particular object's version of the method will be called. Okay, so that is why we call dynamic dispatch, and that's why since it is happening at runtime, and because it is happening at runtime, only the object types matter. When which version of function will be called will be solely decided by the object type. And since it is happening at runtime, we call it dynamic. Since it is happening automatically, we call it dispatch, right? Because you are not doing anything typecasting or anything. You are calling obj3, obj5.fun same way. No typecasting, but automatically it is dispatching the particular object version of the method, right? So therefore it is called dynamic dispatch, and since it is happening at runtime, we call it runtime polymorphism. Overloading was compile time, because the parameter set was different and compiler was able to identify which particular version was called. So therefore it is compile time. Here compiler is not able to identify, therefore the thing is going to write runtime, object is getting resolved, and that particular object version, whichever class that object belongs to, that particular version of the overridden method will be called. So that is why we call it runtime polymorphism. I think we discussed all this thing. Now, so again, obj.fun will call parent type, obj2.fun will call, since the object type is Java, so Java's type will be called. obj3.fun, although the reference type is language, but the object type is Java. So again, Java's version will be called. This thing is only happening because we have overriding. So you guys can counter argue with me and say that just 10-15 minutes ago you said everything depends on reference type. Now why are you saying it is depending on object type? The primary difference is because method overriding naam ka hero aa gaya hai. Unless and until you have method overriding, don't see anything regarding objects, just see references. If there is method overriding, then everything depends on object. I mean, for those method, okay. For fun3, everything will happen according to reference type again, because fun3 is not overridden. So again, everything will be taken care at compile time. Fine. So I think I discussed all the points. Now, yeah.
No, sir, please continue. I'll ask my question at the end.
Acha. So last one topic I want to discuss, which is the static type. So that's why I wrote static over here. Now this is not, I don't think this is discussed anywhere. I will delete this, right? Now you guys are familiar with what inheritance means. I will delete that. That copy is there. Fine. I will delete all this. Okay. Oh, I did not run the code, right? I just discussed the whole thing. Wait, let us run for just proof that whatever we are saying, it is how it anyway works. So let's have a proof of that. So parent, child, parent. Just a second. What is that? Reference to, sorry. Fun method. Okay.
Sir, I think it is because of static.
Static. Sorry. Oh, that's why I prefer to do it on different codes. But anyway. See, arey yaar, the thing that I wanted to discuss got out before I explained it. Anyway, so now you already know what will be the output for static, but why it is happening, that I will discuss. So parent, child, as we expected, right? Everything works according to the rules. Now, if I go back to the static case, fine. At first, let me delete this. So it is still kind of same. Only thing is method overriding. Everything is same. Just like I have put a static in front of the function names. Right? Fun3 is not needed. Let us delete all of that. So now this is our discussion. Obj4 new Java, just like reference storing a child type object. Obj4.fun2 we are calling, right? So why am I discussing this? Oh, this was this we have anyway discussed. You know the reason why this is okay. So, yeah. Static type checking. What is dynamic type checking? I have discussed all these things. Dynamic dispatch, right? Okay. Second is obj4.fun. Now this is what I wanted to discuss. So obj4.fun3. If I call this thing, it is showing an error. Obj4 is what type? Language type. These are, I think, just a second. Okay. So these topics I have anyway covered. This is, I think I planned it for something else. So let us now see just that obj4.fun method. This is what I wanted to see. So obj4.fun method, language type. Again, if I have Java type, Java obj1 equal to new Java. Okay, and then finally language obj, let's say 2 equal to new language. Everything is still same. obj4.fun, obj1.fun, obj2.fun. So all are compile time okay, no problem. Why? Because fun method is there in both Java as well as in language because of inheritance. So reference type, whether it is Java, whether it is language, it is allowed. And where the compiler will get confused because both types are there, it will send it to runtime. So compiler will allow all of them. Compiler has no problem. Compiler will, give the headache to runtime. So there is no compile time error, as you can see, right? But if I run the code now, as you can see, parent is coming just like this out. So now the thing is what's happening. So why basically parent child is common for the first two cases, and that is very obvious because in this case, oh sorry, not that one. What I meant to say is these two cases. The last two cases are anyway meaningful because Java, if I do method overriding, initially also in this case the Java version was called and here the language version was called, right? In the previous example, I mean to say in the previous example, these two was working the way they should, right? But this particular case, in the previous example, it was printing Java type, right? It was printing a child type. I mean, child was printed. If I remove the static, then the output will be what? Child, child, parent. I mean, in the current code, whatever I've written now, the current code, the printout, if I remove the static, will be child, child, parent. So this case is only different, where I have a language type reference and Java type object. So what is happening? Basically, if overriding is happening, then the object type version should be called. So since I am already overriding, right, fun method, so the Java type should be called, but the parent type is being called. Why? So here keep this.
It is sir because of sir. Yes sir, because Java type Java class is static void fun. So rather than calling that, it is using the inherited class fun.
Yeah, inherited class fun. Yeah, but why it is so? The reason for that is if you see here the parent version is called because if you have a static function, method overriding does not happen. I mean, even if you try to do override, it will not override. Okay, so if I remove all this thing and just have the first call, it is for ease of these two things are same. Just like without static, with static does not matter because same language reference language object, Java reference Java object. Therefore, there is no doubt that that particular version will be called because both are same reference and same object type. So no controversy. But here the reference and object type are different. And now if I put static, then the method overriding is no more working. Right now it is working just like compile time reference, that whatever is the compile reference type, that version is being called. So therefore the parent version is being called in this case. So run it and see that the parent will be printed, as you can see. So this is happening. The reason for that is if I have static member function and I try to override them in the child class, right, they will not get overridden. What will happen is the parent version will be copy pasted just like the normal case, and that version will be called. Okay, and basically overriding will not take place. If overriding does not take place, what happens? I already discussed. Just see if there is overriding. If there is overriding, then on the basis of object you will call. If there is no overriding, on the basis of reference you will call. So since static makes overriding ineffective, so if there is static, even if you write overriding, then also it is not actually getting overridden. So therefore, since overriding is not there, what was the default rule? The default rule was check reference type. So what is the reference type? Language. So therefore the language version is called and therefore parent is getting printed. This phenomena is what we call method hiding. And again, a very common question in many interviews. This is called method hiding, that if you try to override static method of the parent class, then that static method of the parent class hides the child version, right? It does not allow itself to get overridden. Rather, it hides the child class which is trying to override it. Child class version which is trying to override.
So both parent and child has to have the static keyword mentioned in that method.
Yeah.
And the number of arguments, etc., they have to be the same.
Well, that is the definition of overriding. If you do overloading, then anyway compiler will be able to segregate whether you are calling which version of the method, right?
And if any one of them doesn't have the word static, then this method hiding is not working.
Let me just check once. Yeah, then also it will run into problem. I mean, then also basically the hiding happens. I was not sure of that, but yeah. So then also the method hiding works. But there is one error obviously over here that you can check over here. Yeah, so here the same thing it is written. This instance method cannot override the static method from language. Here it is not allowing you to override itself.
Basically, if a parent class has a static method, it will override the child's method.
It will not override, it will hide.
I saw it will hide.
Ah.
Okay.
Override means object version will be called, but here the object version is not getting called, right? Because the object version is Java. So ideally Java's version should be called, child should have been printed, but here parent is getting printed. That means overriding is not taking place. That means hiding is taking place. It's not overriding. So keep this thing in mind. This is also something not discussed in all, let's say, all courses or all videos. So that is one important concept. Fine. I think you wanted to ask something. Go ahead with that.
Sir, I just posted a code, like a couple of snippets in the link. If you can please open it.
Just this.
It's basically from the dynamic dispatch and polymorphism. Yeah, it's.
What are these dot lines?
Oh, I mean, sir, these are. I mean, I
Not-
couldn't write.
Not necessary.
Unnecessary. I mean, basically, this talks about.
No problem. No, don't. I don't need that. I just wanted to copy paste it into another. Okay, forget about it. Let me just go over there and explain. What is it? Public class main. Employee array.
Sir, there is a employee class and there is a manager child class.
Acha.
Now,
Okay,
what-
fine.
Now, what is happening is that, like, we have been creating this. This is directly. I mean, this idea is from the slide from the
Uh-huh.
slides. So, if we are creating this, as you can see in line numbers 6 and 7,
Huh.
we are creating employees, and we are putting like one of them will work and one of them will not work in case 1 or case 2. So why does it happen like that?
Sorry, which one? So here employee is the parent class. So parent class is storing, first of all, employee type object, that is fine. Then parent class is storing child type object, that is also fine, no problem.
Now what we are doing is we are putting the objects in the array.
Okay. Employee ARR employee is employee type. So it will be
It could be either line 3 or line 4. It would be either line 3 or line 4. I mean, line 3, line 4
Okay.
cannot work simultaneously, as you can see.
yeah, okay, fine. So let us.
So there is some what works.
That's what I'm saying. So let us go one by one. So ARR employee is employee type. First of all, reference is employee type. So that means it can store both. I mean, ARR employee can store inside it both employee type object and forget about case 1, case 2. Let us see what is the concept saying. ARR employee is employee type reference. I mean, array is ARR employee is an array which is storing which is basically employee type reference array. So if that is the case, that so there each reference variable inside ARR employee. So ARR employees array cells are each a reference variable of employee type. Fine. So that means each reference variable can store either employee type object or manager type object. Okay, that is also fine. Now, what is case 1 doing? Case 1 is making new employee 3. So it is creating employee objects. New means what? Employee object. The object is created. So the memory allocation happens. So assume like this, the memory allocation is happening and I am creating 3 employee objects and placing them inside the employee 3 references. I mean the inside the arrays. Okay. Now if I take case 1, then when I come over here, E1 and E2 are created, which are basically storing objects of employee and manager. Okay. Then inside the 0 cell, now 0 and 1, both of these are storing what? Employee type objects. Now inside the employee type object, which is already there, I am changing that to another. I'm changing that to with the E1. So assume this here the employee was already created. One employee object was already created. And inside that employee object, I am storing this E1, right? Basically, I am not changing the employee object. What I'm trying to do is I am basically already one object is there in the reference. I am replacing that object with another object. First of all, keep this thing in mind. Here all
Sorry, sir, but doesn't line 3 mean that we are just creating a blank array of employee objects?
that is correct, but that is obviously correct.
And
But the
now
point,
we are putting in line number 9, we are putting employee E1 in the 0th element of the array.
yeah, you are completely correct in that.
Okay.
Let us check one thing. Just okay, here only. Let us do that. Let's say what was the class? Java. Or let us say like this. Let us have some new Java. Two objects I create over here. And then inside ARR 0. Oh, let us not do it with Java. Let us do it with language. Inside ARR 0. Let me.
So in our case 1, shouldn't it be new language since we are taking case 1?
Sorry. No, I'm not doing case 1. I'm just showing one thing. So if this is the case, see, there is no compile time error, right? And will there be any runtime error? In order to check that, I have to just call any method of ARR 0 dot, let's say fun2. Fun2 was where? Language, right? Okay, fine. And it is Java type, so it should be able to call fun3. Okay, so tell me just before one thing. If I write ARR1 dot, will it allow me to call fun3? I mean, if I write this dot, will fun3 come in the drop-down list?
Yes.
Yes, it should come.
Oh.
Why is it not coming?
No, sorry. It's the reference type.
Correct. Because at this point, compiler only knows that reference is ARR. ARR is what language type. So therefore, it will not allow you to call fun3. But you know that it is storing Java type object, ARR1, but it is not allowed. So you cannot call it. In order to call it, you have to do typecasting. So that we have already seen. And if you do wrong typecasting, let's say if you do typecasting for ARR0, ARR0 is storing language, and then you call fun3, then that will be error. Okay, but so we have seen that example anyway. So let's not discuss that. But here only fun2 and fun will be called because again the reference type problem. So you cannot call the child type even though the object is storing a Java type reference. But my point is, so this is anyway okay working. So that is proved. So my point is, initially ARR was storing Java type objects over here, new. Now ARR is storing language type object in the first case, Java type object in the second case. So no matter whatever type of object you are storing initially, later on that can be changed as long as the reference rules are followed. So that is fine. Okay, and now in that particular example, if I create a new language, now that is okay. That is basically you are creating 2 length array of language type. Now let's go to the case 1. Case 1. So you are creating an array, okay, and you are having 3 cells. And now inside the 0th index, you are storing E1, which is an employee type object and employee type reference. And the type is also employee, so it will work. No problem with this. Next one is you are storing employee type, manager type object and employee type reference in the employee type. So employee type reference as well. Here also there is no problem. Why? Because ARR EMP1 is what type of container or what type of box? Reference means box. So what type of box? Employee type box. Employee type box can store both employee object and manager object. So E2 is manager object, so no problem with that. Okay, and also even if the reference is employee type, that also is no problem with that, because ultimately whatever may be the reference, the object will be stored in the array, right? So let me just explain it in this manner. Let me just restate the whole thing. Tell me what is the relation between, or tell me what is E1, what is E1, and what is ARR, ARR EMP, right? ARR EMP 0. So what are these two things? These two things are nothing but references. E1 is also a reference. ARR EMP 0 is also a reference, right? But what is the type of both these references? Both these references are employee type. But keep in mind that these two are references. These are not object. As of now, there is no object in them. The memory is allocated, but there is nothing that we have put. Next, what is the relation between E2 and ARR EMP 1? Same thing. E2 is also a reference variable. ARR EMP 1 is also a reference variable. You can say like that. It is a little bit different. E1, E2 is little bit different than ARR EMP 0 and ARR EMP 1, because ARR EMP 0 and ARR EMP 1 are array cells. And when you define array, you basically create a memory location. So like this. So that is there. So, but the point is ARR EMP is employee type in case 1. That's what I'm trying to say. Both are employee type boxes. Okay. So now it will be able to store employee and manager type objects. So since the item or the data or the object is what matters, that's what you are putting in the box. So here E1 type has nothing to do with ARR EMP 0's type. What I'm trying to say is you have to check whether the line works or not on the basis of what is the object that you are finally storing inside that particular box. Are you storing employee type object inside the box, or are you storing manager type object inside the box? And what is the type of that particular box? So when you are writing this line, okay, you have to figure out that ARR EMP 0 is employee type reference variable. So this is employee type reference. And E1 is storing what? E1 is storing an object of what type? E1 is storing an object of employee type. So I will allow. What is the next line? ARR EMP1. ARR EMP1 is also a reference of employee type. Okay. What is E2 storing? E2 storing an employee, an object of manager type. So manager will be copied inside employee type. No problem. So this is also allowed. But now comes the case 2. Here in case 2, we are defining the reference as ARR EMP, but the allocated memory is for manager type. Getting the point? That's why I said for arrays it is a little bit different. You see, the memory allocation will be different in this case. So what I mean is, let us, is my pen working? I need the pen very much to explain this. Because just a second. Huh? Not working. Chalo. Happened to it. See, I got the doubt. So if I have this first case is employee array and whatever ARR equal to new employee 5 whatever. Second is employee array ARR 2 equal to new manager 5. What is the difference between these two things? So let us see. In case of a normal reference variable, what happens? At first you have to see that. And in case of an array, what happens? Employee, let's say x1, employee x2, or let's say manager x3. Or let's say manager x2. How I am writing? Manager x2, employee x1. So in case of normal reference variable, as soon as I write x1 or x2, this is a variable. So this variable will be created in the stack. So okay, this is a stack entry, and this there is, let's say the address is 0x20 205. Let us say the address is 205. Okay, and at this address the x1 starts. So this is corresponding to x1. You have to see this thing properly to understand the memory part properly. So x1 is the reference which is stored at 0x205, but let us assume that an object of employee type, object, okay, not reference, object of employee type takes 5 or let's say 2 bytes, and object of manager type, obviously since manager is a subclass, so it has some own properties along with the properties of employee, so it will be more, right? So let us say 4 bytes. Fine. So something like this. Now x1 is stored at starting from 205, and what will be the ending address over here? The ending address will be, let's say, add 2 bytes, so it will be 0x207. Suppose. Am I right or am I wrong? This is what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, you're right, because if x1 object of employee is taking 2 bytes and the first address location is 205 and it's 20, that's it. So 207 is okay.
Right? Think one more time. I mean, I am not telling you are wrong, but just think. So this should be 30%. Just a second now.
That should be 307.
Correct, but is that line of reasoning correct? Just think one second. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, there's a catch.
There's a big catch. Fine. So let us anyway discuss that. What is the catch? This is very interesting. The thing is, this should be 307, but it's not. Why? The object of employee takes 2 bytes. The object of manager takes 4 bytes. Is this the object? No, right?
Oh,
It
no,
is
that
reference.
is address location.
Correct. So this space, this memory space will store an address. It will not store the object. This place will store an address. Computer will have a same size address, right? I mean, as long as you are in a same system, it will be a whatever 64-bit address or 32-bit address, right? So therefore, this will be same. This is not 307 or 207. This will be the address location. So this will be whatever the size of the address is. So, I mean, 32, 64-bit, depending upon your operating system, whatever it is, that will be the, or depending upon whatever version the compiler internal setting is made with, that will be the address location. Okay, so maybe that is 2 bytes, 1 byte, 4 byte, 8 bytes, whatever. I mean, I'm not worried about that. So it's nothing to do with it. But the point is, these are the starting addresses of the computer. Now, inside the heap, right, where I am creating the new object, for this is happening for these references. Okay, x1, x2, nothing to do with array. So inside the heap, when I will create an object, so that then a memory location will be allocated, and that memory allocation, let's say, starts from here and ends at here. Okay, or let's say normally start from here or ends at here. So it is, let's say, 0x 100. This is, let's say, 0x 10. For employee it is 2, and for manager 0x 10 let's say 103 and it is 0x107. Suppose. Okay, so this is how the object is looking, and this will store what? 0x100. This will store 0x103, 103. So this is basically x2 is manager type reference. It will store manager type object. X1 is employee type reference. X1 it will store a employee type object. Suppose normal. Therefore, if this is the memory representation, what happens for arrays? Now let us come to arrays. So unless and until I write new employee and make a constructor call, and in this case new manager and make a constructor call, these two areas will not be allocated unless and until I do that. Right? Okay. So, but what is happening for arrays? It is a little bit different because already we are using new here once. And then again, we are putting an object over there. So internally, how is it different? Obviously, here you understand employee 1 equal to new employee we are doing. So when we are calling new, then this is getting created. And initially, when only x1 was there, then this was getting created. Very easy to understand. What happens for arrays? This is a bit tricky. Now, when you are having
Sir, is
this,
it like sir, a 2-level memory allocation type thing?
Kind
Like
of.
one thing is referencing and that thing is also referencing to another.
Kind of indirection. I mean, if you are familiar with Linux environment, you have this multiple
No, sir,
indirections.
no, sir. I don't know.
Okay. No, don't worry. Fine. So let us not go into that discussion. So employee ARR equal to new employee is there. So let us see if this is the case. When I am writing employee ARR, right? I can also write employee ARR like this, right? ARR, and just keep it as null. That is also a normal reference. I can create it. Memory will not be allocated, but this is a normal reference. This is perfectly fine. Later on, I can write ARR equal to new, let's say whatever, employee. Right? I can call constructor new another employee. Okay, I can call constructor. This is a perfectly right lines of coding. So therefore, basically what I mean is you can do stuff like this. So you can keep a reference of array null. Unless and until you use the new keyword like over here, the memory will not get allocated for that array. So if that is the idea, coming back to our primary discussion. So when you are creating ARR, what is happening in memory? A box is getting created. This is ARR. Memory starting from 0x, let's say 100. Obviously, what should be the size of this particular over here? Should it be 5 into 2, 10?
120? It will go up till 120?
No, it should.
4 bytes per.
No, sir, it should go 106. Something.
It should go 106. This is ARR, okay. Just ARR. And just one thing, okay, I forgot to tell. If I don't consider this line, consider this line, employee array ARR. If this is the case, then what should be the memory representation? Let us discuss that first.
Yeah,
then,
so
sir, it should be like one thing.
5 cells, and if one cell has got 4 bytes, so.
Is it so? That's why I wanted to discuss this. If I write employee this array and write ARR and then put a semicolon, so this is ARR, I'm telling you, in the memory, and it starts from 0x100, then what should be the ending address? That's the question.
Oh,
in this case.
In this case, I think it
So number of its elements are not declared. Then
yes.
Correct. So again, it is the same doubt. That's why I discussed the normal version without array version. That it is nothing to do with it. It's just a normal reference, and it will have one normal 32-bit or 64-bit address. That's it. So there is no, we don't have to think about what is the ending address. Normal reference. Now coming back to the main discussion. If I write new employee 5. Okay. Now what should be how should the memory look? Okay. So again, when I am writing ARR, if I directly write ARR internally in the system, ARR is nothing but again only one cell. It is not ARR 0, ARR 1, that is different, but initially ARR is starting at 0x100 and it is storing an address. Then whatever, let's say as of now, let us say that our system has 8-bit address space. Okay, 8-bit address space. Why 8-bit? Okay, I know we are discussing some things which are not in our syllabus, but we have to discuss this for proper understanding. So address space, suppose is 8 bits. That means all addresses are 8 bits long. 8 bit means 1 byte, right? So therefore 1 byte means 0x100 ending would be 0x101. I hope this is clear, right? 8 bits means 1 byte.
Clear.
So therefore
sir.
0x100, 0x101. This is ARR starting. Then I will have ARR 1, which is ending at 0x102. Likewise 0x103. Likewise 0x104. Chatte pasta 0x105. Okay, so 1 bit address is created. Okay, fine. Now when I'm
So this is after a new employee and then 5, right?
after new.
Yes, sir.
After new. Okay, that's why I am saying that this new is has nothing to do with what is the object size. It has to do with what? It has to do with you're creating the array reference. This is where normal variable reference creation and array reference creation is different. Initially, when I used employee ARR, sorry, not ARR, employee X equal to only employee X was creating one cell, which was 1 byte long. So if I, according to our concept, if 1 byte long, 0x101, that's it. This was getting created. As soon as I was writing a new employee constructor call, right, then memory was created over here, which was actually starting from, let's say, 200. So it will be 0x202, right? So then this was storing 0x200. Okay, so that was the idea. Actually, I am making a lot of mistake in terms of systems point of view, because these initial bits, as initial number means 4 bits long. Okay, according to hexadecimal concept, each of these has 4 bits long. So this should be 4 plus 4, 202 means 4 plus 4 plus 4 equal to 12 bits. But in our example, we told you 8 bits. So I'm just mentioning that because if someone sees this on YouTube, a systems person, he will say you are teaching wrong. I am kind of abstracting away all those details. So just mention that for sake of clarity. We will not go into these things. Let us just forget all those details. Abstraction. So abstraction. So this is 202. Okay, fine. So 0x200, 0x202. Now here it was storing 0x200. So new call, we are calling constructor new call. In this case, normal reference. In array reference, we are not calling any new with constructor. We are calling new with array declaration. It is not constructor call. So therefore, only 5 spaces are created. If I omit this part, then only the first area will be created 0x101 and initial space will be empty. So when I do this 5, then all these spaces are created. 1 byte long spaces. As long as our system is 1 byte address space long. Otherwise, whatever is x bytes long, that x bytes long space will be created. Okay. Later on, now coming to the next part of the
in these spaces, we can only refer to addresses which are of employee type object.
Exactly. Only refer to object which are employee type object. But my question is, if I write this thing, next thing, ARR2, next ARR equal to new manager, like in case 2, 5. What should be the memory? Okay, let me just draw the first one. Let's say the first one is 0x200. This is ARR2. So what should be the ending address, or how should it look after writing this line?
205 आपको
1033 sorry. So what should I write over here?
201.
Correct. Okay, dot dot dot. That's the whole point. Only thing is that we are saying that okay, you can you are creating the cells. These 5 cells should be created, but now there is a catch. The catch is, since I have mentioned manager over here, okay, I am telling internally I will add a data. I will add a data over here. Over here, the data was also added that the objects that each of these box, each of this container should refer to employee type object. That information was added. Here I will say, since manager is given, I will create the boxes. It will be 202, 203, one by one only it will increase, because that increase has nothing to do with employee or manager or anything. That has only idea is because I'm creating the cells, because these are boxes. These are not objects. These are boxes to store memory location. We have seen that. So now, but only information is that each of these box should store manager objects. Here it was employee object, here it is manager object. That information is added. But there is no difference in boxes length. Okay, fine. After this, now when this line is, now let us consider for this case, okay. For this case, I'm doing over here. For this case, I will do over here. So for this case, when I'm writing the next line of code, which was ARR, I think 0 equal to new
Sir,
employee.
in case of new employee 5, can't we store also manager addresses, because it is a subclass of that?
Yeah, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the point. You can store that. But what happens for the second one? That's the doubt. Next is new manager. These are the 2 values I am storing inside this particular ARR. Right? So now when I have written new employee or new manager, I think in your code it was just using another reference, intermediate reference. I have directly placed the object. In your code it was already placing it into another employee type reference and then putting the value. So there is not much difference for that. So I'm just doing it directly. So if this is the case, then what happens? If I do something like this. So let us see that in our code as well. Language ARR, new language 2, ARR 0 equal to new language, ARR 1 equal to new Java. No error. See, everything is fine. This is the same thing which I wrote in on that page just now. So nothing is wrong over here. I can also call the methods, that also will be called. Only thing is, since there is no static part, let us remove this. So since as of now, compile, I can call the methods, but the call will be resolved according to the compile time and runtime rule. But everything else is fine. So there is no error. Language type array, language type object, sorry, not object, language type cells, and I am storing language type objects in one place, Java type object in one case. So child type, super type, no problem, as long as the array is this language type or super type. Okay. Coming back to our memory representation. So therefore, both of these are fine. How will the memory look? I will create after these 2 lines. I will create 1 memory, 2 memory. This is for employee type, which is I'm just writing this since I have not given any name. This is for employee type. This is for manager type. Okay, object. These are objects. Okay, these are objects. These are inside the heap. Okay, so this will start from 0x. Let's say 200. 200. This is another example. As of now, do not think this 200, this 200 are same. 200, and what will be the ending address? It will be employee type is 2 byte. So and this is, let's say 0x 203 से start हुआ, so 207. So now this is done, and therefore this particular cell will, first cell ARR 0 will store what? 0x 200. This will store 0x 203. So things are working as they should, no problem. Okay, now what happens in the second case? Now coming to the manager one. Here also everything was looking fine. The address was getting created. Now here I write ARR 0 equal to new employee, ARR 1 equal to new manager. Okay. Same case, memory location will be created like normal, whatever we discussed already. So let's say 0x300 to 0x302, and here it is 0x400 to 407, 404, right? 404. So these are the object. This is for manager and this is for employee. Now the problem comes. So can I write over here 0x300? That is the question.
No, sir. No, sir.
Here it is not allowed. Why? Because you can only store manager object. Okay, so this will not allow. It will not allow you to create a manager object inside it, store a manager object directly inside it. Because the type you are putting inside the array is manager.
0x400 will not be allowed. 0x300 will be allowed, no?
Sorry, I did not get. What did you mean?
I'm saying 0x300 would be allowed, but 0x400 would not be allowed.
No, why? Why are you telling that?
Because this
Size.
is no, not the size. I think since the reference is of employee type and the object that we are creating is of manager type, the conflict will arise from the memory location 0x400. The conflict doesn't arise from 0x300.
Let me check that once. Let me also check that. I'm not sure about this internal. Let me just check once. Let us make this Java 2, right? Let us have ARR 0 new language and ARR 1 new Java. Both of these things. And let's call ARR 0 dot I want to call, let's say this is language 1. Let us test all this. Oh, fun3 will anyway not be there, sorry. No. So also ARR 1 dot fun ARR 1 dot fun. Now see, compile time will not tell you anything regarding this because it does not know. So we have to go to runtime and see which line ran into error. Line exception in thread main java.line array store exception. Child got, oh, this is for this one, right? Just a second. So line number 28. So as you can see over here, it is the new language one is getting into trouble. I mean, because the Java is the type that you have defined.
Okay, so basically, if the the memory location is just a memory.
So it's just simple thing. So let us go to this. As I said earlier, so so these are basically container boxes. So therefore they are one byte away. This line, when you are basically creating this array, this only means you are creating 5 container boxes, and therefore it has nothing to do what is written in front of it. I mean, at least the address space is always 1 byte away, and therefore it has nothing to do with what manager, employee, cat, dog, doesn't matter. just 5 cells, 6 cells, whatever you are creating, that cells will be created. So many container boxes. So what is the purpose of this word? So that actually tells that what kind of object I will allow to store and what kind of object I will not allow to store. I will not allow. That is the only thing. So here I'm telling you only manager kind of object is allowed. Now you see that every employee object is also a manager. Every manager object is automatically an employee object, but every employee object is not a manager object. Right? What I'm trying to say is every manager is employee, but every employee is not manager. So I am saying that you can only store manager. So that means if I can only store manager, right, every manager is employee. So manager types can be obviously stored because it is manager. But every employee is not manager. So that means I cannot store every employee. Only those employees which are manager, those I can store because I mentioned the type manager. Getting the point? So that is the type. That is the case. And therefore, if I go back to your code, keep this thing in mind. Every employee is not manager. So if I have two variables, which was there in your code as well. So if I write employee E1, employee E2 equal to new manager, here also it is new employee. Okay, so you can see that this employee we cannot store, but this employee we should be able to store because the object type is manager type, although the reference is employee, right? So I should be able to store this manager because the object is manager type, and it is telling you the object should be manager type. Okay, so therefore, as long as the object, whatever is the object type, that object type and whatever you have written in front of array, that should match. So here you can type the manager type, but you can store the manager type, but you cannot store the employee type, as I was already saying. So the code is also using that logic, right?
So the object type cannot be a superset of the child class type, or the reference type has to be cannot be a subset, cannot be on equal to the child class type. Child class type object. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yeah. See, simple. I mean, forget about all of that. See, simple. Just think in this way that employee error, create one cell, which will be able to store employee type objects. But I define this employee the array with new emp5. So 5 cells will be created. Okay, create 5 cells. What is the information I'm providing over here? Employee. Does that information has anything to do with the size of these cells or anything? No. But
No.
what is that information telling me? That information is telling me the object that you finally put inside these boxes. That means the memory location that you put inside these boxes, that memory location should properly and compulsorily must belong to those objects which are employee type. That's what this line is saying. So whatever memory location I put in these 5 cells, whatever memory location I put in these 5 cells, in this case it is 203 and 200, these memory locations should definitely and compulsorily belong to a memory space where an employee type object is stored. Employee type object is stored. So now the question is, I have told you employee type object is stored. Now if I say manager is also employee. Employee is obviously employee. So both of them are employee. So I can store manager object, I can store employee object. But the reverse is not true. Although manager is an employee, but employee is not a manager. So because of this, so that means child class has parent class properties, right? So what I mean to say is, tell me one thing. inside the employee object. So I'm talking about the exact this object. Will I have the properties of child class, or will I have any properties for manager?
No.
No. Why? Because it is parent. It does not know anything about child special properties. But inside manager, remember the count variable of the counter class. So since we were inheriting, that count variable was coming. Okay, I mean, it was coming inside the method. Even though it was private, it was coming. So inheritance allows you to have the properties of the parent inside the child. So that means this manager will have some area reserved for the parent's properties. This part is employee part. And the rest part is unique to the manager. Unique to manager class or manager objects. But there will be some part which will be corresponding to the employee characteristics. So therefore, a manager is anyway an employee object. So this memory location starts at a area where employee object is there. So there is no problem with that. So it will allow. But here the thing is opposite. Here I am definitely saying it should be a manager type object. So since a manager type object is there, I will not allow you to have that. Right. So basically, simply stating, every manager is employee, every employee is not manager. If you don't want to get confused, all of that, forget all of that. So child class is obviously a parent's property, but parent does not have child's property. So if I say that it should definitely be child type object, therefore the parent type object is not allowed. Right, because the parent does not have a part over here which corresponds to child. So this is not there. Right. So if it would have been there, then we could have said that, okay, now I will allow. But why the child was allowed? The child was allowed because some part of the child is always parent. Some part of the child is anyway parent. So even if I restrict you over here and say that only employee type or only parent type is allowed, definitely the child has properties of the parent. So therefore, any parent type object, any child type object can be treated as some part parent type object. So I will allow that. Getting what I'm trying to say? So that is the idea.
Sir, if we create a manager array, sir, a manager array, and give it like a new, then employee, that would also not work. That's it.
Yeah, if you create a manager array and over here you write manager itself, there
No,
also
not manager,
obvious.
sir, employee, sir.
That is not allowed. You cannot have that.
Right.
That is not allowed. That is again same doubt.
Because
But-
it will only be accepting address from locations which will store the manager
Objects. Correct. Exactly.
I think that's the best way to remember it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So just figure out that what is written in front of over here, and that is the type of object that is allowed. Now, next thing is if you have to ask the next question, that whether if I have child type over here, so then parent type will never be allowed, because every child is not parent. Every parent is not child, but every child is parent. So only childs are allowed. But parent will not be allowed, because I am telling you here a child should be present compulsorily. Manager means child or more specific type. So child type compulsorily should be there. So that means I will only allow those objects which are child type, or at least which have some parts of the child. Here the type is parent type. So I will only allow those objects which are parent type, or at least have some parts of the parent. Or let's say the full part of the parent. So obviously, if I understand using this logic, any child type object will have parents properties. So therefore, they serve as parent. I mean, you can store parent, you can store it over here. But no parent will have child properties. Therefore, I will not allow. If it is more specific type or subtype over here, I will not allow the object of super type to be stored. Okay, and the reverse is anyway, you cannot store manager array ARR equal to new employee. This is anyway completely syntax error. So this is, forget about runtime error. So just remember this one thing. While checking this thing, we had to go to runtime. Why? Because these are about new whatever is stored, right? This new language and new Java. So because of that, the runtime error occurred. Compile time, it is not showing anything. But if I write the other way, then compile time it will show that how can you write something like this. If I write ARR2 equal to new language, sorry, not new, new language, it will show error. So it is anyway not allowed, right? Okay. So,
Understood.
so I think we have discussed in quite a proper detailed manner. What's this? Okay. So this is about generic code. This I will not discuss today. This I will keep, or at least this is basically the object part. So what is the object class and what is the function of object class in Java? Again, I have to discuss this thing later on. I will discuss in the next session, because one part which is not yet discussed and later it will come, which is overriding the equals method and overriding the toString method. So these two things I will discuss before the next session. Okay. Chalo. Fine. So we kind of, next session is on Saturday. My session is on Saturday, and some other sessions will be there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you all for staying.
Good night, or rather good morning.
Good morning.
It's not good morning yet. Chalo.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.